Anaqaga chaqirgan dokumentlarimizni tekshirishga так, hozir ko'ramiz. Mana raspисаниеda. Ha?
Raspисание chalkash.
Hozir aniq qilamiz. Yo'q, darsim bor sizlarga, bu aniq. Hozir ko'ramiz mana. Sizlarga maxsusdan ikkinchi kurs 2.20 misimi? Maxsus 2. Şu an ikinci kursa 2 yaxshi. Sizlar hozir mana bu yerda zomga kira olmaysizlar, ha? Kira olasizlarmi? Yo'q, mana bu yerda hozir konferensiyani bo'lyapti-da, buni to'g'rilab bo'lmaydimi? Konferensiyaga kirishim kerakmi? Konferensiyaga kirishim kerak. Nima xerigacha keldi, yana konferensiyada qatnashdim.
O'zi qatnashyapsiz ekanmiz ustoz.
Qachon bilasiz?
Mana bo'lyapti o'zi.
Mana shuni aytyapman. Kimdan ovozim? Bo'ldimi, ochdimi endi? Mana. Nima bo'yicha?
Ana sizni ochadi so'z.
Nima bo'yicha? Dunyo bo'yicha konferensiyasi bo'lyapti.
Bossangiz mana yondi mana.
Ha. Zvukka o'tib bosamanmi?
Hello, Shaukat.
Hello.
Hey, hi.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning. I'm very sorry. I completely missed the info that is time difference. You know.
No. It's okay. It's okay. We are waiting now. The starting around the 50 minutes.
Okay, so you haven't started yet.
No. Everything's okay. We have a time, 50 minutes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I was in some hurry.
Yeah, you can join at the exact time.
Oh, but nice. Do you have a lot of participants there?
Yeah. We have a hybrid conference. So around more than 100 people participating in the offline in the conference hall, and also near to 100 people participating online.
Oh, very good. That's nice. So I will. I'm taking some water, and I will join you here.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Всех приветствую. Вазиза Акрамовна, вы меня слышите? Вообще меня слышно? Кто-нибудь
Да,
может?
здравствуйте, мы
Здравствуйте.
слышим вас. Здравствуйте.
Не
Михаил
слышно?
Назиров. Не, все слышно. Нормально.
Слышно? Спасибо.
Да. Спасибо вам тоже.
Спасибо.
За участие в нашей конференции.
С большим удовольствием.
Спасибо.
Kirdim men.
Tushunarlimi desangiz?
Haga qanaqa bo'lsa bo'ladi.
eshitilyaptimi? Yo'q, O'chirib qo'yish. Bizakini o'chirib qo'yavering, ko'rinishini ko'rsatma qilib qo'ying.
Nima bo'ldi malika?
Safar eshitilyaptimi?
Assalomu alaykum, Dilfuza opa, eshitilyapti.
Assalomu alaykum. Yaxshimisizlar? Yaxshi eshitilayotganmiz.
Eshitilyapti, Dilfuza opa, eshitilyapti.
Zafar aka, zalga ham eshitilyaptimi ovozimiz yoki ichkimi?
Yaxshi, yaxshi.
Fakultetlardagi ilmiy ishlarda ko'rgazmalarni tashkil qilingan edi. Birinchi navbatda kimyo, biologiya, ekologiya yo'nalishlari. Bunaqa qilgandan keyin konferensiyaning tematikasiga bog'liq bo'lgan shu oldin ko'ramiz, kelamiz degan. O'ylaganlarni hammani qilamiz. Birinchi mo'ljallagan edik. Bolalarni, talabalarni, magistrantlar ishlari biz kutgandan ko'proq ekan. Bu endi biz uchun quvonarli holat. Lekin sabab bo'ldi bu kechikib kelishdi. Shuning uchun yana bir bor uzr so'rayman sizlardan. Bugungi konferensiyaga tashrif buyurgan mehmonlarga hammaga chuqur minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Milliy universitetda, O'zbekiston Milliy universitetida mana bugungidek ahamiyatli
anaqadan kirarkanman qamoqli.
Munozaralar o'tishiga hamda mana shu masalaga bizni ham qandaydir hissamiz qo'shilishiga. Ruxsatlaringiz bilan konferensiya mavzusi bo'yicha. Ma'lumki, yer tabiiy resurslar ichida jamiyat uchun katta ahamiyatga ega ekanligi buni bu yerda ishtirok etayotganlar hammasi nafaqat biladi, uni his qiladi, ko'pchilik bunga o'zini hayotini, ijodini bag'ishlaydi. Insoniyat uchun yer va tuproq resurslari asosiy tabiiy boylik hisoblanadi. Ayniqsa bizning sharoitimizda. Ayniqsa bizda qishloq xo'jaligi, umuman hududlarda qishloq xo'jalikka bog'liqligi, hozircha qancha agrar sektorda katta masalalari, muammolari mavjud bo'lgani chiqqan. Alohida shuni uchun ta'kidlab o'tamizki, yuqori unumdor yer maydonlarini asrab avaylab, kelajak avlodlar bundan ham unumdor qilib qoldirish bizning burchimiz. Birinchi navbatda olimlarni bo'ladi. Negaki buni texnologiyasini, buni yo'llarini agar oldinda ko'rsatib bermasa, ishlab chiqarish, hozir ishlab chiqarishda innovatsion tizimlarni joriy qilyapti. Bugun biz ayta olmaymiz, ishlab chiqarish agar olimlar buni tadqiq qilmasa ilgari yurmaydi. Yo'q, yuradi. Hozir ishlab chiqarish ham agrar sektor ham har qaysi soha o'zini innovatsion yechimlarini o'zlari yaratib ilgarilab boryapti. Lekin biz undan ham oldinda bo'lishimiz kerak bo'ladi. Hozirgi kunda dunyo bo'yicha yiliga bu menga bergan ma'lumotlar bo'yicha men bu sohada chuqur mutaxassis emasman. Yer cho'llanishga uchramoqda. Aytiladigan yerlarning kam bo'lmagan maydonlari irrigatsiya va melioratsiya ishlarida texnologik keltirilgan. Menga berilgan ma'lumotlar 40% deyilyapti. Juda ham katta raqam. Yetkazilayotgan salbiy ta'sirlarni kamaytirish, yer resurslarini oqilona foydalanish targ'ib etish maqsadida har yili 22 aprel Xalqaro Yerni muhofazalash kuni sifatida nishonlanadi. Mamlakatimizda istiqlol yillaridan boshlab, dastlabki yillardan boshlab yer masalasi davlat siyosati darajasiga ko'tarildi. Qishloq xo'jaligidagi islohotlarni chuqurlashtirishga qaratilgan ko'plab O'zbekiston Respublikasi qonunlari, hukumat qarorlarini qabul qilish, yer resurslarini oqilona foydalanish, ularni muhofaza qilish va yer munosabatlarini tartibga solishni huquqiy poydevorini yaratib berdi. Endi shu yerda bir chekinish qilmoqchiman. Bu rasmiy so'zlar. Yer masalasida, yer degradatsiyasi masalasida, yerlarning cho'llanishi, ayniqsa mana irrigatsiya tadbirlari natijasida yerga yetkazilayotgan zarar masalalari biz uchun juda ham muhim masala. Aytganimdek, istiqlol yillaridan bu masalalarga katta e'tibor berilyapti. Lekin endi shunaqa bo'ldiki, men bu masalalarni kitobdan tashqari mutaxassis injenerga aytyapman. Kitobdan tashqari aslida ba'yича ko'rganman. Negaki rahmatli otamiz cho'lquvor bo'lgan, mana shu Golodniy stepni boshidan boshlab, undan keyin Jizzax dashtini tugagan qismigacha ko'chib boraverganmiz. Tabiiy ravishda ketib borayotgan narsa bu irrigatsiya qilingan yerlar, melioratsiya qilingan yerlar, drenajlangan yerlar. Buni anavi kollektor sistemalar. Yillar davomida bu tizim faqatgina ekspluatatsiya qila boshladi. Ya'ni uni rekonstruksiyasi, uni doimiy ekspluatatsiya davridagi tozalanishi, texnik, texnologik ustida xizmat qilishi, bu narsalar afsuski kechikka boshladi. Biz aytyapmiz-ku, istiqlol yillaridan bu masalalarga e'tibor qildi. Lekin mana hurmatli prezidentimiz Shavkat Mirziyoyev bu masalalarda o'zlari ham mutaxassis bo'lganligi uchun asosiy moliyaviy quyilmalar uncha yil emas, bundan atigi bir 5-6 yil oldin boshlandi. e'tibor berilishi, buni davlatning asosiy yo'nalishlariga, faoliyat yo'nalishlariga davlat siyosatining, ya'ni xalqni farovonligini oshirish, o'sha dehqonchilikka maksimal darajada sharoit yaratish nuqtai nazaridan moliyaviy quyilmalar, katta moliyaviy quyilmalar 2016-yildan boshlangan. Bu texnika keldi, ham o'sha drenaj bormi, kollektor bormi tozalaydigan bilasizlar. Bu ilmiy tadqiqot muassasalari tiklana boshlandi. Bu o'sha ishlarga moliya ajratila boshlandi. Bu bo'lmasa, endi mana mutaxassislar o'tirib tuzlanish, bu drenaj sistemasi ishdan chiqqandan keyin yer osti suvlari ko'tarilishi, bu natijada demak minerallashish boshqa muammolar. Shuning uchun aytmoqchiman, bu muammo, bu masala aynan bizdagi yashayotgan mana shu dasht zonalardagi, o'zlashtirilgan zonalardagi millionlab odamlarning hayoti bilan bog'liq. Hayotini yaxshi bo'lishi, mehnatini barakali bo'lishiga bog'liq. Shuning uchun bu masalalar, bu izlanishlar Mo'ylayman O'zbekiston sharoiti uchun, umuman markaziy Osiyo sharoiti uchun eng dolzarb, eng markaziy masalalardan. Va bu masalalarda agar biz qandaydir hissa qo'sha olsak, biz agar bu yerda yozgan olimlar bilan birgalikda, mutaxassislar bilan birgalikda Milliy universitet qandaydir izlanishlarga qo'shilishib natijalar bera olsak, menimcha biz to'g'ri yo'lda yurgan bo'lamiz. Bugungi konferensiya ham shu masalalarga hissa qo'shadi deb o'ylayman. Ishonamanki, bu konferensiya biologik xizmatni saqlash, yer resurslaridan oqilona foydalanish bilan birga oziq-ovqat xavfsizligini ta'minlash borasida ham o'zining ilmiy amaliy yechimlarini beradi. Bu masalada ham biz universitetga vazifalarni qo'ymoqchimiz, oziq-ovqat xavfsizligi. Endi butun hamma bu muammolardan kelib chiqadigan keyingi katta muammo oziq-ovqat xavfsizligi. Bugungi xalqaro anjuman qatnashchilarini kirib kelayotgan 22 apreldagi butun jahon yer bayrami bilan tabriklagan holda barchaga samimiy minnatdorchilik bildiraman. Konferensiyaning ishlariga rivoj tilayman. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat.
So, yeah. Now we will switch time to switch to English because it's international conference and we have international. Do you hear me? Now we will switch time to English because it's international conference. Do you hear me? Now I will switch to English. Do you hear me? Now I will switch to English. I think something wrong. Do you hear me? Now I will switch to English.
Şu yolda bakanlardan birkaç, doğru mu? Master Rozmet, kelganlar. Qishloq xo'jaligi vaziri o'rinbosari, qishloq xo'jaligi vazirligidan kelishgan bo'lsa, agar ular o'rniga bo'lmasa, keyingi Sherzod Umarov. Sherzod aka, Marhamat. Men tanishtirib o'tay. Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotning oziq-ovqat qishloq xo'jaligi tashkiloti FAO O'zbekistondagi vakili o'rinbosar. Marhamat.
Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli konferensiya ishtirokchilari, xonimlar va janoblar. Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining oziq-ovqat va qishloq xo'jaligi tashkilotining nomidan sizlarni butun jahon yer kuni doirasida o'tkazilayotgan yer resurslari va biохилма-хилликни barqaror boshqarish to'g'risidagi xalqaro konferensiyada qatnashishdan bexad xursandman. Bu atrof muhitni muhofaza qilish, sayyorani ko'kalamzorlashtirish va tabiatga ehtiyotkorlik bilan munosabatda bo'lishga bag'ishlangan global miqyosdagi muhim sana va tadbir hisoblanadi. 2009-yilda Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti Bosh Assambleyasi Xalqaro Yer kunini e'lon qildi va uni 22-aprelda nishonlashga qaror qildi. Bugungi kunda yer kuni bu sayyorani bizning umumiy global uyimiz sifatida himoya qilish bo'yicha fuqarolik tashabbuslarining butun jahon harakati bo'lib, bu atrof muhit va tinchlikni saqlashga qaratilgan ko'plab turli tadbirlar va harakatlarni hammasini birlashtiradi. Atrof muhit muammolari insonni uni o'rab turgan dunyo bilan o'zaro munosabatlarda muammolar haqida yana bir bora o'ylash yaxshi sabab hisoblanadi. Bu yilgi Xalqaro Yer kunining mavzusi sayyoramizga sarmoya kiritish. Bu kunning shiori global iqlim o'zgarishiga qarshi faol kurashishga chaqiradi va butun dunyoning yangi, adolatli va barqaror yashil iqtisodiyotga o'tishi sayyoramizga qo'yiladigan sarmoya bo'lib, kelajak avlodlar uchun o'z samarasini beradi. Albatta. Eslatib o'tamiz, Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining ovqat va qishloq xo'jaligi tashkiloti FAOning Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining ixtisoslashgan agentligi bo'lib, ochlikka qarshi kurash bo'yicha xalqaro sa'y harakatlarga rahbarlik qiladi. Shu bilan birga uning maqsadi barcha oziq-ovqat xavfsizligini ta'minlash bo'yicha chora-tadbirlarni amalga oshirishdir. FAOning bo'yicha muvofiqlashtiruvchi vazifalar barqaror rivojlanish maqsadlarining boshqa ko'plab vazifalari bilan solishtirganda aynan chaqiradi. Qishloq xo'jaligi dunyoning ko'plab mamlakatlari iqtisodiyotida hal qiluvchi rol o'ynaydi. Muammolarga duch kelmoqda. Bu omillarning barchasi tuproq sifatining yomonlashishiga, ularning qurg'oqchilikka va sho'rlanishga moyilligiga olib keladi. Tuproqning degradatsiyasi va cho'llanishning asosiy sababi yerdan beqaror foydalanish bo'lib, qurg'oqchilik va iqlim o'zgarishi vaziyatini yanada og'irlashtirmoqda. Tuproq eroziyasi va cho'llanish natijasida tuproqda ozuqa moddalari va organik uglerod darajasi katastrofik darajada pasayadi va bu o'z o'rnida hosildorlikning pasayishiga, hosilning umuman yo'qolib ketishiga olib keladi. Yerni barqaror boshqarish, bu fermerlarning tabiiy resurslar bazasini, iqtisodiy hayotligini va turli sharoitlarda ijtimoiy maqbulligini saqlab qolish bilan birga ishlab chiqarish va samaradorlikni barqaror asosda oshirishga erishish usullari to'plamini o'z ichiga qamrab oladi. Yuz berayotgan hodisalardan kelib chiqqan holda FAO bu yo'nalishda faol ish olib bormoqda va yerdan barqaror foydalanish amaliyotini targ'ib qilish, cho'llanish va qurg'oqchilikdan erta ogohlantirish ekotizimlarini tiklash, biохилма-хилликni muhofaza qilishga salmoqli hissa qo'shib kelmoqda. Bu nafaqat dunyo miqyosida, balki aynan O'zbekistonda ham bir qancha loyihalarimiz bor. Misol tariqasida O'zbekistonda 2017-yildan buyon amalga oshirilayotgan Kadi loyihasi Markaziy Osiyo cho'llari bo'yicha tashabbusni qayta salmoqli hissa qo'shilmoqda. Ushbu loyiha FAO tomonidan amalga oshirildi. Tashabbus global ahamiyatga ega bo'lgan noyob ekotizimli mutadil cho'llarni saqlash, ulardan barqaror foydalanishga qaratilgandi. Mutadil cho'llar qushlar, shuningdek yovvoyi hayvonlar uchun muhim migratsiya mintaqalaridir. O'zbekiston bilan bir qatorda Qozog'iston va Turkmanistonda ham aynan mana shu loyiha doirasida ko'pgina ishlar amalga oshirilmoqda. O'tgan yil o'tkazilgan konferensiyada mana shu bugungi davrada qatnashib turganlar ko'plab qatnashgan. O'zbekiston hududining yarmidan ko'prog'i cho'llar bilan qoplanganligi bu ekotizimlarning mamlakatimiz uchun muhim ahamiyatini tasdiqlaydi. Yana bir misol. FAOning Markaziy Osiyo va Turkiyaning qurg'oqchil va sho'rlangan qishloq xo'jaligi ishlab chiqarish landshaftlarida tabiiy resurslarni kompleks boshqarish loyihasi qurg'oqchilik xavfidan erta ogohlantirish va uning oqibatlarini kamaytirishga yo'naltirilgan. Aynan mana shu loyiha doirasida Qashqadaryo va Buxoro viloyatlarida mana shu tashabbus yo'nalishi bo'yicha aynan mana shu qurg'oqchilikka chidamli texnologiyalarni va o'simliklarni rivojlantirish, ko'rsatib berish bo'yicha mana 3 yildan beri loyiha amalga oshirilmoqda. Mutaxassislar tomonidan qurg'oqchilik va sho'rlanish jarayonlarini boshqarish, shu jumladan sho'rlanishni kamaytirish uchun innovatsion yondashuvlar va texnologiyalarni namoyish etish, qurg'oqchilik va sho'rlanishga chidamli yangi ekinlarni joriy etish va fermerlarni tayyorlash bo'yicha yetakchi tamoyillar ishlab chiqilmoqda. Umid qilamanki, FAOning qayd etilgan loyihalarni milliy hamkorlarimiz bilan birgalikda amalga oshirish O'zbekistonda yerlarni barqaror boshqarishga salmoqli hissasini qo'shadi. Bugungi sana butun jahon yer kuni, butun dunyo bo'ylab odamlarni sayyoramizdagi zaif muhitga ko'proq e'tibor berishga undash, hozirgi va kelajak avlodlarni iqtisodiy, ijtimoiy va ekologik ehtiyojlari o'rtasida adolatli muvozanatni erishish uchun tabiat bilan uyg'unlikni rivojlantirish uchun mo'ljallangan. Bugungi mana shu davra suhbatida mana shu konferensiya davomida hammaga yaxshi bir produktiv mulohazalar bildirishga umid qolamiz va hammaga omad tilab qolamiz. E'tiboringiz uchun katta rahmat.
Rahmat. Keyingi so'zni so'rashayotgan edi. Timiryazov nomli Rossiya Davlat agrar universitetining professori Mixail Arnoldovich Masirov. Ular bog'lanadimi?
Bor. Салам алейкум. Да. Меня слышно?
Не слышим мы.
Не слышно? Алло. Да. Рад вас всех приветствовать, зная, что вы сегодня являетесь лидерами в области проведения конференции, в области экологического почвоведения. Буквально вот сегодня у вас проходит конференция. Мне известно, что 22-го, через 10 дней, будет конференция по тому, как отмечать День Земли, когда весь мир отмечает. И
Михаил Анатольевич, вы нас слышите? Мы не слышим вас.
Я вас слышу хорошо. Вы
Сейчас,
меня слышите? Алло. Вы меня слышите? Я вас слышу хорошо.
Нам слышно.
Вот говорят, что слышно.
Слышно. Слышно все.
Ну, замечательно. Так вот, мне хочется поприветствовать, поздравить вас с той конференцией, которую вы проводите. Дело в том, что при поддержке вашего президента Ивановича Мирзияева который уделяет большое внимание экологических вопросов. Ведь у нас даже создана экологическая партия, с которой мы хорошо знакомы, так как они каждый раз приглашают принять участие в ваших конференциях. Говорят, что меня кто-то слышит, кто-то не слышит.
По-моему, это его и голос бабский.
Буквально только недавно,
Походу, компьютер
находилась большая делегация из Ташкента, из Термеза, Тимирязевская академия. Тимирязевская академия подписала много договоров с узбекскими вузами, поэтому у нас идет большая совместная работа. Мы очень довольны, рады. Так что, я думаю, что это будет только продолжаться, нарастать. С большим удовольствием принимаем всегда участие в тех конференциях, которые проходят в Республике Узбекистан. Я думаю, что конференция, которую мы с вами проводим, пройдет на уровне. Так, меня слышно или нет?
Слышно, еще шум есть какой-то.
Да, у кого-то микрофон включен.
Iltimos, mikrofonlarni o'chirib qo'yinglar. Please switch off your microphone mute.
Так, большое всем спасибо. Я включил микрофон, но я понял, что зал меня не слышал, слышали только те, кто подключился издалека.
Мы слушаем вас, Михаил Арнольдович.
Слышали, Михаил Арнольдович, отлично.
Да? Хорошо, спасибо. Всего доброго.
Михаил Арнольдович, вы закончили, да?
Да, Тухтасен Абдурахманович, я понял, что вы...
Мы вас вообще не слышали. Повторите отдельные моменты ключевые, пожалуйста.
Теперь меня слышно?
Да, теперь хорошо.
Да? Ну, во-первых, я вас приветствую. Я очень рад, что Республика Узбекистан очень активно работает в плане экологии почв, охраны почв, охраны земель. Вы являетесь на сегодняшний день лидерами в этом вопросе, так как вы собираете большие конференции, и не только в республике, но и на международном уровне. Поэтому, конечно, пальма первенства на сегодняшний день принадлежит вам. Но это благодаря вашего президента Шавката Мирамоновича Мирзияева, который поддерживает это, который предлагает, например, сегодня это залесение более 2 миллионов деревьев, программа, чтобы посадить в республике. Это большая экологическая программа. На сегодняшний день у вас действует экологическая партия в парламенте. Поэтому нам очень приятно, что вы уделяете огромное значение вот именно экологии. На сегодняшний день мы стараемся сотрудничать с вами. Ну, к примеру, буквально вчера от нас уехала большая делегация из аграрного вуза Ташкентского, из Термеза агротехнологии. У нас подписано много договоров по вопросам экологии, охраны почв между нашими странами. Поэтому мы очень рады, что сотрудничество наше только набирает обороты. И в дальнейшем у нас очень много чему мы должны решить проблемы экологические. Это и охрана, и рекультивация дна Аральского моря, вот, где идет тоже активное залесение. Поэтому мы бы хотели принять участие во всех этих вопросах, которые поднимает Республика Узбекистан. Вот. Я вас всех приветствую, рад нашему сотрудничеству, и я думаю, что конференция пройдет сегодняшняя на высоком уровне. Большое спасибо.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. It's time to switch to English because it's an international conference. I would like to request all speakers who will give welcome speech for 5 minutes in English. I will begin from beginning. Just welcome to all guests, dear honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I know for you it's a different time of a day. My name is Dilfuze Igamberdieva. I am head of Uzbek-China Key Lab of Ecosystem and Biomes at the National University of Uzbekistan. I am very sorry for this changing in the program in delay. It was some reason, of course. I would like to extend, first of all, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all the guests to the International Conference on Sustainable Management of Land Resources and Biodiversity. And this conference organized on the occasion of Earth Day. So I am really happy I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you all on the Earth Day and wish you to be more responsible toward nature. Topics addressed at the conference include climate change, land degradation, biodiversity conservation, and its considerable interest to the public as well as research community. And this conference provides a timely platform, I believe, and it's very beneficial for exchanging lessons learned and the best practice. I will close this introduction part with some philosophical quote that human health tied to the health of environment. That means one health approach is needed which linked environment health and animal health together to achieve sustainable development goals. I will invite now welcome speech Mr. Sherzod Umarov. He is a deputy representative for the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations in Uzbekistan. So Mr. Sherzod Umarov, welcome. And the floor is yours.
In English, if possible.
Our next speaker is Mr. Adil Jabbarov. He is General Director of the Soil Composition Respiratory Quality Analysis Center, the State Unitary Enterprise of the Ministry of Agriculture of Republic of Uzbekistan.
Assalomu alaykum, qadrli mehmonlar, konferensiya qatnashchilari, aziz hamkasblar. Barchangizni bugungi SERBEMA 20 konferensiyasida ko'rib turganimdan mamnunman. Albatta, bugungi kunda xalqaro konferensiyani bugungi kunga to'g'ri kelishini yaqin kunlarda barchamizga yaqinlashib kelayotgan 22 aprel butun jahon yer kuni munosabati bilan tashkil qilingan ushbu konferensiyada tashkilotchilarga qatnashganimizdan minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Albatta mana hurmatli rektorimiz Sherzod aka juda bugungi kunda respublikamizda butun dunyoda bo'lib turgan holatlar, sohaga bo'layotgan e'tibor, bugungi kundagi amalga oshirilayotgan ilmiy innovatsion loyihalar to'g'risida chuqur ma'lumot berib o'tdi. Albatta, buni oxirgi mana rektorimiz juda ham to'g'ri ta'kidladi. Buni hech qachon nima qilib bo'lmaydi. Sababi 2016 yildan beri sohaga ajratilayotgan mablag', amalga oshirilayotgan ilmiy loyihalar, ishlab chiqarish loyihalari juda ham katta e'tibor sohaga kuchayib ketdi. Albatta mana birgina tuproqshunoslik sohasini oladigan bo'lsak, 2016 yildan beri moliyaviy holat 20 barobardan oshib ketdi. 20 barobardan ko'proq e'tibor. Juda ham e'tibor hozirgi kunda albatta bugungi kunda aholini sonini o'sishi, yer resurslariga, umuman oziq-ovqatga talab yildan yilga oshib bormoqda. Buni birgina yo'li albatta tuproq unumdorligini oshirish, yangi yerlarni o'zlashtirish, kelajak avlodga unumdor bo'lgan, kelajak avlodga sog'lom tuproqni yetkazishdan iborat. Bugungi kunda tashkil qilinayotgan konferensiyaning ham asosiy maqsadlaridan biri shuki, mana shu amalga oshirilayotgan yerlar bilan amalga oshirilayotgan sohadagi butun dunyoda amalga oshirilayotgan ilmiy innovatsion loyihalar, bugungi kunda respublikamizda amalga oshirilayotgan loyihalarni keng ommaga tanishtirish, ko'rsatish, bo'lib o'tayotgan o'zgarishlar, yangiliklar, yana kelajakda qilinadigan ishlarni rejalashtirib olishdan iborat bo'ladi. Shuni yana bir alohida ta'kidlash lozimki, kuni kecha biz butun respublika bo'ylab joylarda xizmat safarida bo'lib qaytdik. Shunda bir alohida e'tiborlar bo'lyapti. Mana rektorimiz juda ham chiroyli gaplarni gapirdi. 300 ming gektardan oshiq yer maydonlari mana shu 2020-2021 yillarda qayta ishlab chiqarish oborotidan oldinlari o'sha ekilish davridan hozirgi kunga kelib kollektiv drenajlarni ishlamasliklari, degradatsiya, sho'rlanish jarayonlari ortib ketdi, meliorativ holatning yomonlashishi natijasida oborotdan chiqib ketgan. O'sha yerlarda 20-21 yillarda maxsus prezidentimizning qarorlari bilan qayta o'zlashtirishga kiritish, bundan tashqari yaylov va narmi yerlardan 100 mingga yaqin yer maydonini oborotga kiritish, yangi o'zlashtirish loyihalari amalga oshirilgan. Bu borada ishlar hozirgi kunda albatta biz o'zimiz ko'zimiz bilan borib ko'rdik. O'sha joylarda ekilgan ekinlar mana shu unumdor yerlardagi ekilgan ekin bilan deyarli barobar desak bo'ladi. Shuni yana alohida aytishimiz kerakki, O'zbekiston Respublikasining qishloq xo'jaligini rivojlanishi bo'yicha alohida prezidentimizning farmoni bilan 2020-2030 yillar oralig'idagi qishloq xo'jaligini rivojlantirish strategiyasi bo'yicha farmoni qabul qilingan. Buni asosida joylarda bugungi kunda juda ham ko'plab har bir o'sha qishloq xo'jalik sohasida, melioratsiya sohasida bo'ladimi yoki bir boshqa bir yer o'zlashtirish sohasidan lekin yana bir alohida shuni e'tiborga olish kerak. Mana kecha mana shu bu yil ekilgan boshoqli don ekinlarimizni o'rniga har bir viloyatdan jami 250 mingga yaqin yer maydoni respublika bo'yicha beda ekish rejalashtirildi. Bedani rejalashtirib, bu degani juda ham katta ko'rsatkich, almashlab ekishni joriy qilish. Haqiqatdan mana shu yerlarimizda unumdorligini salgina pasayib borishi, sho'rlanishlar ortib borishiga bu almashlab ekishga ham bugungi kunda tuproq unumdorligini oshirish bo'yicha katta ko'lamli ishlardan biri hisoblanadi. Shuni barobarida mana shu qishloq xo'jaligi vazirligi va uni tasarrufidagi tashkilotlar tomonidan bir qancha ishlar amalga oshirilyapti. Jumladan bizda mana tuproq sifat tahlil davlat unitari korxonasi mavjud. Bugungi kunda tuproq sohasida, tuproq unumdorligini oshirish sohasida, qayta tiklash sohasida juda ko'p ko'lamli, keng ko'lamli ishlar amalga oshirilmoqda. Bugungi kunda laboratoriya tashkil qilingan, butun dunyodagi 160 dan oshiq davlat bilan aloqa o'rnatgan, birga ishlayotgan laboratoriya mavjud. 100 dan oshiq talabalar har yili amaliyot o'tab qayta tayyorlanib joyda nima qiladi. Yana bir ko'pchilik ma'lum, bizni mana shu tuproq sifat tahlil davlat universiteti korxonamizda endi mana shu
aynan O'zbekiston Milliy universitetini biologiya tuproqshunoslik fakultetini filiali ham ochilgan. Birgalikda ishlar amalga oshirib borilmoqda. Bunaqangi ishlarni respublikadagi ko'plab joylarda mana aktiv sentrlar tashkil qilinyapti. Joylarda agrar xizmat ko'rsatish katta loyihalar amalga oshirilgan. Mana Toshkent viloyatida ko'pchilik xabari bo'lsa kerak, aktiv sentrlar ish boshlagan. Juda ham bu qishloq xo'jaligi bo'layotgan oxirgi e'tiborni ko'zimiz bilan ko'rib turibmiz. Yana bir narsani aytishimiz kerak. Mana bugungi konferensiyada juda ham ko'p talabalar ishtirok etyapti. Sizlardan bitta mana bir murojaat deb qabul qilasizlarmi? Chunki kelajak baribir xohlaysizmi, mana shu sizlarning qo'llaringda. O'zimiz ham mana ko'ryapmiz, kelgan yoshlarni ko'rib ishga qabul qilish jarayoni boshlanmay ko'rib tursa, dunyoni eng rivojlangan, soha rivojlangan davlatlaridan o'nlab olimlar qatnashib bugun ilmiy ma'ruzalari bilan dunyoda bo'layotgan sohadagi o'zgarishlar, yangiliklar bilan mana o'zimizni davlatimizda qancha professorlarimiz kelib o'zini ma'ruzalarini ishtirok etadi. Bundan biz hammamiz unumli foydalanib, kelajakda buni tatbiq qilish uchun shulardan bir o'zimiz uchun bugungi konferensiyaning ishlarida omad tashkilotchilariga chuqur minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Katta rahmat.
Thank you very much for the remarkable speech. Our next speaker is Mr. Qadirxon Mirzamahmudov. He is a general director of the agrochemical company IFODA in Uzbekistan. So, Mr. Mirzamahmudov, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Rifuza. Thank you, dear guests. Good morning, dear participants, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are meeting with you on the occasion of the International Conference on Earth Resources and Biodiversity, SERBEMA 2022. It should be noted that in today's highly competitive environment, the time demands the introduction of new approaches, innovations, and advanced developments, intensive and resource-saving technologies in the agricultural system. Recent climate changes in our region, as well as throughout the world, the growing shortage of water resources, the environmental problems show how important it is to ensure the harmony of science and production in agriculture. Considering these factors, the Agricultural Development Strategy of the Republic of Uzbekistan for 2020 and 2030 is aimed at further deepening reforms in the field and practical application on priority issues, such as the use of innovative technologies, supplying high-quality products, and expanding the geography of exports. The importance of measures such as increasing the soil fertility and the productivity, the transition to new irrigation technologies, plant protection, the establishment of modern laboratories, and the training of farmers is also very evident today. In this regard, the President Shavkat Mirziyoyev himself is bringing the problems of agricultural reform and clusters to the forefront of the discussion. The first post-election video conference was dedicated to the problems of agriculture, and the recent resolution number 129 of March 25 on the measures to increase the soil fertility and the productivity in cotton fields support the introduction of new irrigation technologies has shown a clear focus on the industry. As you know, our company, IFODA, is an Uzbek-Japanese joint venture company which manufactures and supplies the crop protection products and compound fertilizers in Uzbekistan. Over the last several years, along with the production activities, IFODA is focusing on entering the world of science, as well as establishing strong cooperation with dear scientists. In particular, the magazine named IFODA, published by our company, has risen from a mere commercial publication to a scientific publication that publishes the results of recent research projects, important innovations, and creative products related to the industry, agriculture. In addition, a conference titled Integration of Science and Production in the Development of Modern Agriculture took place on September 22-23 of last year in Namangan City, also organized by IPODA in cooperation with the State Unitary Enterprise, tashkil, the Department of Soil Science and of Uzbekistan, and the ATLIS Center is a prime example of the integration of science and production. Today's SERBEMA 2022 International Conference on Earth Resources and Biodiversity Management also brings together all representatives of agriculture at the international level and is also of innovation ideas in the industry. I'm sure that these 2 days, every participant will receive a lot of value. The International Scientific Conference, SERBEMA, on the management of earth resources and biodiversity, organized on the occasion of April 22, World Earth Day. Welcome to the conference. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for a remarkable speech, Mr. Mirza Mahmoud. I have to also note that this company IFODA is one of the sponsors of this international conference. Thank you for your sponsorship. Our next distinguished guest is Professor Sergey Belopukhov. He is the director of the Institute of Agrobiotechnologies in Russia. Professor Belopukhov, floor is yours. Thank you for joining us today.
Меня слышно? Слышно ли меня?
Да.
Уважаемый господин председатель, уважаемые дамы и господа, коллеги, разрешите всех вас поприветствовать от себя лично и от лица Российского государственного аграрного университета Московской сельскохозяйственной академии имени Климента Аркадьевича Тимирязева. Наш ректор, академик Владимир Трухачев, также просил передать самые наилучшие пожелания успешной работы международной конференции по устойчивому управлению земными ресурсами и биоразнообразием. Участие большого числа специалистов со всего мира в таком форуме в столице солнечного Узбекистана, городе Ташкенте, показывает огромную важность поднимаемых на конференции проблем, поиска ответов на вопросы, которые встают перед нашей планетой в связи с глобальным потеплением, влиянием антропогенных факторов на объекты агросферы. Наш университет всегда был активным участником мониторинга агроклиматических, почвенных, экологических и других процессов, происходящих на планете и в частности в агросфере. Такие наблюдения и исследования начали проводить ученые, преподаватели и студенты с момента основания нашего университета в 1865 году. То есть более 157 лет уже проводятся такие исследования на территории нашего университета в таком большом мегаполисе, как Москва. И открытие и на базе структурных подразделений Тимирязевки сегодня создана большая сеть аграрных образовательных и исследовательских учреждений. Наш университет сегодня работает в рамках научного центра мирового уровня агротехнологий будущего, в рамках программы «Университет 2030», и такие исследования, о которых пойдет речь в рамках сегодняшней и завтрашней конференции, такие ответы на самые серьезные вопросы, которые ставят сегодня перед нашим миром, перед нашей планетой человечества, ответы будут получены. Наш институт является самым крупным в рамках нашего аграрного университета. Сегодня у нас 11 кафедр, в том числе и кафедры почвоведения, геологии, ландшафтоведения, земледелия и растениеводства, луговых экосистем и многие другие кафедры. На базе института имеется большая научная и производственная база для изучения, исследований и разработки новых агробиотехнологий. И студенты и сотрудники проводят эксперименты на базе полевой опытной станции, центре точного земледелия, центре молекулярной биотехнологии, фитотроне, длительном полевом стационарном опыте, который функционирует с 1912 года. Летом этого года мы будем отмечать 110 лет со дня основания нашего длительного опыта и приглашаем всех участников этой конференции принять участие в нашей международной конференции, которая будет проходить 30 июня и 1 июля этого года. Сотрудничество между университетами приобрело новый импульс, и сегодня это важно, особенно после приезда делегации Ташкентского государственного аграрного университета, о чем сказал мой коллега Михаил Арнольдович Мазиров, и мы наметили очень много интересных планов, поставили задач, которые будем осуществлять в ближайшее время. Дорогие коллеги, еще раз разрешите поприветствовать всех участников конференции, пожелать всем успешной работы, хороших новых встреч, обмена информацией. И мы готовы вас встретить в нашем университете в Москве в любое время. Приезжайте к нам, мы будем вам всегда рады. В добрый путь, дорогие друзья, успехов вашей и нашей общей конференции. Спасибо за внимание.
Professor Belapukov, many thanks for remarkable speech, and we hope also for fruitful cooperation in the future among our universities. Thank you very much. Next, I will close this first welcome speech part of the first session, and we have 5 key talks. We will begin with Professor Ravshan Sabirov. He is just a short introduction about Professor Ravshan Sabirov. He is a professor at the National University of Uzbekistan. He will be sharing with us his expert opinion on the molecular identification and pharmacology. So, Professor Ravshan Sabirov, I am welcoming you to the stage. Thank you.
Yo'q, distansionni emas lekin ustoz. Yo'q, bu boshqacha distansionni ishki yo'qmi?
Thank you very much for introducing me. So our formal part is over, and now we can relax a little bit, and let's talk about science. My talk will be about basic science, and this is volume activated. The title is volume activated NIH, molecular identity and pharmacology. So my main interest is cell volume. Why cell volume and why this meeting? The keywords of our today's meeting are earth, soil, and biodiversity. Of course, earth cannot be the earth and would not be the earth without the living creatures inside the earth. And these living creatures are ranged from the microbes, microorganisms, bacteria, up to rodents, insects, rodents, and even us, animals and human beings. And of course, the environment is changing. Is always changing, keeps changing, and it's very important for living organisms to maintain constant cell volume in order to survive when the environment change. Today, we already heard about the salinity and salination, which is very important and very big problem, not only for us, but in the world. And when we look at the plants, for instance, they experience both hypertonic stress. This is particularly true for roots, as well as hypotonic stress when the rainfall.
Sorry, I will disrupt you. We cannot see the slides. Can you please move the slides?
Now, can you see this?
No, only first slide, yes, but it's not moving.
Вот.
So this is problem of Zoom.
Now it's okay.
Is it moving?
Mm-hmm.
Is it moving?
Yes, now it's moving.
Okay. Orta bir yolu var. So when the rain falls, then the plants and leaf cells experience hypotonic stress. So both kind of stress are happening, and the cells should adjust their volume in order to survive. So they should keep the volume compatible with the viable conditions. In this slide, I wanted to show some of the pathways which are used by cells in order to adjust their volumes. Of course, when under hypotonic stress, cells should release or discard their osmolytes from the cytosol, and then water will follow these osmolytes, and cell will shrink, because otherwise it will swell. But this happens in animals, and this happens in bacteria, for instance, which don't have thick cellular wall. But plants evolved a very nice protection system, which is cellular wall, which is rigid, and it prevents overswelling of the cell. When cells experience hypertonic stress, so osmolarity of the extracellular osmolarity increase, then mostly sodium goes inside the cells via different pathways, and here I show the channels, and these are non-selective cation channels through which sodium goes in, or cork, which is potassium selective auto-directifying channels, or high affinity K transporters, which also pass some sodium. And this sodium goes in, and intracellular osmolarity increase, and then water follows this sodium which comes inside. Of course, sodium itself, just itself cannot go in, because we need to keep electron neutrality, and chloride should also come in, and then sodium chloride increase, and cell swells. Of course, inside in cells we have vacuoles, and a lot of things happen on the vacuoles, and vacuoles have sodium proton exchange, and also the cells, plant cells, they don't have sodium potassium ATPase, but they do have HATPase, which is driving force for all the active transport. And of course, sodium proton exchanger, which always works, and dysregulates intracellular sodium and pH. So this is a rather simplified figure, but still the studies on this matter goes very slowly. Why? Because ionic transport is studied by using touch clamp and this kind of electrophysiology, but cellular volume prevents access to the plasma membrane or membrane of vacuole. Next slide. Here we try to remove the cell volume, cell wall, and get protoplasts. These are protoplasts from potato leaves, and when we apply hypotonic, so not hypotonic stress, then they swell. They swell and they keep swelling for hours. Without any sign of cell volume regulation. And this is what we would expect for the leaf cells, because they have cellular volume, cellular wall in order to prevent overswelling. And this is what happens with those protoplasts when we apply hypertonic stress. So here we apply 1,000 millimole of mannitol or mixture of mannitol and sodium chloride, which is closer to the physiological conditions, and then these protoplasts shrink. You can see this by eye, and here we show the numerical values. But even after more than 1 hour shrinking, they don't show any sign of solid volume recovery. And this is unexpected, because when we do same thing with animal cells, they don't have the volume, and this happens within minutes. As I said, we need to use patch-clamp technique. This is state-of-the-art technique when we use special micropipettes with about 1 or 2 microns. And we attach these pipettes to the cells, then we can isolate small portion of the plasma membrane and measure the current, electric currents through this membrane, which is called patch. And when we do this thing with protoplasts, and this is potato protoplast, and this is patch pipette, and this is the portion of the membrane which is stuck into the pipette. And then we can measure some current, and this current is big, and it's not uniform. There's an activation of positive potentials and activity of negative potentials. But and this is the point where we come now. And we still did not identify what kind of current, and we keep on trying to resolve this problem. Here I showed what happens to animal cells. When animal cells experience hypertonicity, they swell and then regulate their back. And in hypertonic solution, and then again regulate the volume back. And the mechanism is well, rather sophisticated, and this is
I think we have some problem, some technical problem. At least I cannot see.
I can see, but without any voice.
Now we don't have university, I think.
Right. Due to internet problems, they are off now.
I am very sorry for technical problems. So we may begin. Rashid Beg Ismailov, can you please close your microphone?
No. Yok, Reşit İsmail mahsus bölmedi. Söylemez.
So now we cannot. I think we have some technical problems. We can continue with next speaker. We lost connection with National University of Uzbekistan. Rashid Beg Ismailov, can you please close your microphone?
Rashid Beg Ismailov, mikrofoningizni o'chirib qo'ying.
Thank you. So I'm very sorry again for the technical problems. I will invite Professor Yoshiharu Fuji. I'm very sorry. I hope I spelled correctly your name. He is a professor at the Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. He will talk about the screening of allelopathic plants and their use.
Just a second. I didn't finish. I haven't finished yet. So then,
I'm sorry because we lost National University of Uzbekistan Zoom link. So we thought that we have some problem with the internet. Please continue. Thank you.
These are current jumps which we measure on the touch cloud on these cells, and you can see the biophysical properties, but they don't tell much to you all. But you can see the 3D structure which is now available for this channel. It's a very beautiful and big channel, which is hexameric channel for mouse, and this structure for humans. And what happens with mouse when we knock out these cells, mice become small, and they don't live much. They live less than 16 weeks, although normally they live 2 years, and they have different kind of problems, including immune system problem. And as you remember, I was telling about thymus and thymocytes, which express a lot of this channel. And second keyword is biodiversity. And when we speak about biodiversity, usually we mean by diversity of species. But most of the plants and animals, they produce a lot of biological active substances. And this is also diversity of substances which are produced by plants. And we search among these active compounds for the inhibitors of the BSAR. And here I show the flavonoids which are tested. So many flavonoids, and found that some of them are excellent blockers of this channel, and they can be further used as drugs. And on this slide, I show the study about tannins. Tannins are polyphenols which are produced by different organisms. This is from sumac, tannin which blocks nicely, and tannins from Plantago, they also block this channel nicely. And very well known polyphenol gossypol, which is toxic compound from the cotton. This is also a very nice and effective blocker of this channel. So we believe that these inhibitors, diverse inhibitors produced by plants, can be used in And now, my last part of my talk about second channel, which is maxi-9 channel. It worked a lot here. I showed the biophysical profile of this maxi-9 channel, and this channel is expressed in the heart, in the brain, and in the kidney. So it's very important. And recently, we have identified this channel as SLCO2A1 protein, which is also known as PGT. Prostaglandin E transporter. And here how we imagine this molecule, and we also identified some partners, and now the whole channel looks like the SLCO2A1 TOR protein connected to annexin E2 and P11 protein, which provide regulation of this channel by intracellular signals. And this channel is very important because now many mutations are identified of this protein, and they lead to two kinds of pathologies. One is called primary hypertrophic osteoarthropathy or pachydermoperiostosis. So affected humans, they have deformed hands and legs, and also very thick skin. And also other mutations, they lead to enteropathy, chronic enteropathy associated with CO2A1. Now this is separate disease, which is called CEAS. So, and also the different kind of pathologies in carcinogenesis, experimental colitis, and so on, are identified as caused by this dysfunction, malfunction of this protein. And the problem is that we don't have specific pharmacology for this. This is only known from individual PGT, but there is no specific plant-derived inhibitor, and we are searching for this. And finally, I'd like to introduce my colleagues from Japan. This is the Department of Cell Physiology at National Institute of Biological Science in Bukataki, also in collaboration with Hiroshi Matsura from Chile on this matter. And also, I'd like to thank my colleagues here in Tashkent in our labs, Cell Physiology and Biophysics. Thank you.
Professor Ravshan Sabirov, many thanks for very interesting talk and sharing your experience and the results with us. I believe it's very useful especially for young scientists. Thank you very much. So we have 5 minutes for questions from audience. Please, you can write in the chat your question or directly, please just directly to ask.
Здесь есть вопросы, пожалуйста. Суалы вы сама на любом языке. Буду рад ответить.
Okay, thank you. There is no question. Now we will move for our next speaker. We have Professor Yoshihiro Fuji. He is a professor at the Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. He will talk about the screening of allelopathic plants and their use for sustainable agriculture. Professor Fuji, floor is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, hello. Can you see my slides?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your invitation. I'm not so good at English and Russian and also your language. So you can understand or not, I'm not sure, but I'd like to try to explain my research in 20 minutes. At first, I'd like to explain who am I. I am, my name Fuji, Yoshihiro Fuji. I have one wife and 3 children, and this is 20 years ago. But now already they are grown up, and I have now 5 grandchildren. I'm a grandfather with much biodiversity in human being. And I used to be a government scientist. I belong to National Institute. I belong to National Institute for Agro-Environmental Sciences in Tsukuba for 30 years. And I moved to my university, Tokyo University for Agriculture and Technology, TUAT, 10 years ago. So as a professor, I have not so much experience. My name is the same as Mount Fuji. I guess you know, Japanese highest mountain. So please call me Fuji-san. My name is the same as Mount Fuji. Today I'd like to explain about my specialty, arylopathy. I'd like to explain, this is very small field. And we established International Arylopathy Society in 1994 in India. Only 27 members. I am one of the original member. There are many scientists from the world. There are Spanish, I'm Japanese, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, and also Russia and Ukraine, and Iran or Jordan, or many countries. We are good friends. We meet in every 3 years, and we are now good friends. And I'm the 4th president of International Arylopathy Society. I'm 4th president. I'm proud to many people, but it's very easy to be a president. To be president of this conference, this society, to organize international conference, it's easy to be a president. So I organized in Japan, 4th international meeting in Japan. About 200 people comes. So I was elected to be the 4th president of International Arylopathy Society. Objective of this talk is the recommendation of arylopathy research, my specialty in Uzbekistan, because you are rich in biodiversity, and I have never been to your country. So I'd like to go to your country. Please invite me. So I'd like to go to your country. What is arylopathy? Arylopathy is the research on natural resources and biodiversity. So this topic is very suitable for this conference, this symposium. Arylopathy means that is interaction, inhibitory or stimulatory interaction between plant to plant, or plant to insects, plant to microorganisms, plant to animals, and so on, by natural chemicals. This natural chemical we call arylochemical. This concept originally started by Russian scientist Tolkien, the same as phytoncide, and also simultaneously Austrian scientist Morish. He also coined the term arylopathy. So Russian scientists also very original for this concept. Like this kind of phenomena in this city in Inner Mongolia, around a plant, no plants grow around the plants. This phenomena very easy to understand. This is Japanese pine tree, Japanese red pine tree. Under this Japanese red pine tree, no other plant grows. This is a kind of example of arylopathy. So arylopathy, there are at least 3 root exudates, leaf leachates, and the volatile chemicals or foreign leaves. So for this, I made specific bioassay according to the root of arylopathy. This is my research strategy for arylopathy. Very easy. At first, screening of arylopathy plants by specific bioassay named plant box method, sandwich method, ditchback method. And also by screening, we found a strong candidate. Then isolation and the identification of arylochemicals. This is next step. And the 3rd step is the use arylopathic plants for sustainable agriculture. As a government scientist belongs to the Ministry of Agriculture, I engaged in this utilization of arylopathic plants for agriculture for 30 years, and a little bit successful. So I'd like to explain about my success in my research. At first, I'd like to explain about screening of arylopathy by bioassay. As for screening of bioassay, I made 3 specific bioassay named this plant box method, sandwich method, ditchback method. all my original method, but very simple, not so good, but strong. These are 3 bioassay method: plant box method, sandwich method, dish bag method. Today, not enough time. I only explain about sandwich method, the most easy and most powerful for the isolation for the screening of allelochemicals. The sandwich method use only 300 milligram of samples and only 3 days. It's very easy. You can do in Uzbekistan, in any country, it is possible to do. So I invite many foreign students to my lab, and I teach, I explain this, and I encourage them to do this in their countries. This is what we are doing. Only this apparatus for 6-well multi-dish, and only 3 days. So I publish many papers, not so many, but about 20 or 30 papers for this. And some example for recent papers. This is the example for Peruvian plants. I have one Peruvian lady student, and she did screen in Peruvian Andes, Peruvian Amazon by using this sandwich method, and the 170 plants she screened, and they published one paper, Cecilia Ines Ono Morikawa, Japanese original student. And with Cambodian scientist, he's a Cambodian government scientist, and he did screening in Cambodian National Park, and he published this paper in recent papers. You can see my papers in my research map. So, and this research map, you can download my recent papers. Here I brought 590 papers, but they include many Japanese papers. So in English paper, only 200, and the good paper, not so much. Good paper, only 10 or 20. But please take a look of my research map. You can easily find by my name, Yoshiharu Fuji, and the allelopathy, you can find my research map, and you can download PDF, my recent papers. By my bioassay, I estimated about 4,000 plants in these recent years. And I found some medicinal plants are allelopathic. These are results of one example of the results. And I found medicinal plants are strongly allelopathic, and also desert plants, and the halophyte, and the endangered plants are strongly allelopathic. So in Uzbekistan or your neighboring countries, you are this kind of halophytes or desert plants, you rich in biodiversity. So I have much interest in the screening of allelopathic plant in your country. Then we will go for the isolation and the identification of allelochemicals. But this is a little bit complicated. So I only brought one story. We started original method, our original method using total activity. This is our original method, but started not by me, but my colleague, Dr. Hiradate. He's now professor at Kyushu University. He's a very smart person, and he graduated for our university, TUAT, Tokyo University of Agriculture Technology, and he now promoted to be a full professor of Kyushu University. He coined this, he started this concept for isolation and the identification of natural products. This is a new method for isolation of natural products, because usually people isolate natural products based on specific activity. They based on strong activity. They usually think about very strong activity, but we think for allelopathy, it's a field observation. It's a field agricultural use. So total activity is important. Not only specific activity, but also concentration in plants is also important. So we join two concepts, activity and concentration. So that means total activity. So based on total activity, we separate chemicals. So this is a new concept for the isolation of chemicals. So by this method, we can separate, we can isolate many new compounds. This is a very simple idea, but we can isolate many new compounds. For example, we isolate from Japanese traditional plants, Yukiyanagi, Spiraea, Tsumbergi. We found new cinnamic derivatives. by this method, it's easy to identify many new chemicals. So it's very interesting. It's very funny. So this chemical, cis-cinnamic acid derivative, we found this chemical is the very unique characteristic to inhibit SERBEMA mutation, to inhibit gravitropism. This is unique. Inhibitor for gravitropism is also useful for your country in desert, because it's in desert, the root length is very important. So it makes root can change the morphology of root. So by this, we found several gravitropism inhibitor, and we got a patent, Japanese patent for this. We found some calcone derivatives and also hinokichiol derivatives, and we got a patent from our university. But not only by me, by collaboration with natural product chemists. In Japan, we have many good natural product chemists. So I'm originally a biochemist. So I'm not so good at for isolation or for new chemicals. Completely new chemicals, it is difficult for the elucidation of chemical structure. So we collaborate with good natural product chemists, and we to isolate, we identified some 20 new novel natural chemicals, and some of them we can easily to get patent. Here I'd like to explain some recent example for the screening of plants in abroad. In Malaysia, in Sarawak, Sabah Sarawak, a very native place. So there, my friends, Professor Baki, he's a professor at Malaya University, but he's simultaneously also a king, a local king, a tribal leader for Sarawak. So he knows very well about native plants. So we found their native plants, Goniotalamus andersoni. We found strong allelopathic plants, Goniotalamin, and we published collaborative papers by the Malaysian people as a top name. As a top name, we published several papers. And also from Africa, we invite African lady student from Sudan. Her name is Miss Hara. She would like to come to our university because in Africa, she said, in Africa, all agriculture was supported by local ladies. Ladies in the village, they support African agriculture. So she would like to help those ladies. So I have much moved. So I invite her to my lab, and she did screening in Africa, and she found this baobab, very famous plants in Africa, baobab, very unique plants. And I don't know, baobab is everywhere in Africa, and the baobab is very strongly allelopathic and very useful plants. In Little Prince, in Little Princess in Saint-Exupéry, baobab is a weedy plants, very bad plants. But we found baobab is very good plants for the local people, and this is useful as a food, as a juice, food, wood. So, and she found, we collaborate, and we found one decene as a new allelochemical from this baobab. We published one paper in African Journal of Agricultural Research. In Japan, this is my life work. I did several plants, but recently we found from this hairy vetch, we found a very unique compounds, okalamin B, very unique compounds. It's also a kind of antibiotic chemicals, and also allelochemical in the rhizosphere, in the root zone of hairy vetch. So I'm very happy. I almost finished my research life, but at this stage, I found this very unique compounds as an allelochemical of hairy vetch. For 3, utilization of allelopathic plants for sustainable agriculture. This is my plant box method. By plant box method, we found mucuna pruriens and the hairy vetch show the most strong allelopathic activity. These 2 plants are also useful for sustainable agriculture, especially for mucuna pruriens. This plant is very unique, and so I recommend this plant for many Japanese people and also for other countries' people. This is mucuna. If you know in Uzbekistan, please teach me. I guess in south part of Uzbekistan, you might have this plant. This plant is very drought tolerant, drought resistant, and the only 500 millimeter of water it's possible to grow. Very drought resistant plant, and the high yield, 3 to 5 times than soybean. So, and it would be a good food in many countries. This plant contains L-dopa as an allochemical. This is also another interesting topics, and for medicinal use, this L-dopa is very useful for medical use. So this now in Japan, this is used simultaneously for some medicinal use, for especially for older people. And this mucuna originally from the Asian origin, from Central Asia to my region to Japan. But now it's spread. Now this Central Asia, Monsoon Asia is the original region, but now it's moved to America, to USA as Florida velvet bean, and now goes to South America in Brazil and the Argentina to be a good ground cover plant, and also recently in Africa, in African countries, in Mali or Nigeria or such countries, Ghana. Now it's became a good food for poor people, and for also a good cover crop, and with good drought resistant. In Japan, I recommend this hairy vetch for farmers. Hairy vetch is this kind of plants. Originally came from Mediterranean to European region to Japan about 100 years ago. This is also pasture plants, but good green manure plants. So in organic plants, in organic farming, this is very useful. To tell the truth, organic farmer teach me about the value of this. I have many good farmer friends in farmer, so they taught me about the importance of this. So now I'm recommending this hairy vetch for Japanese farmers. This plant, the allochemical is cyanamide, this very, very simple compounds, but this is new finding, first finding in the world. Very, very simple compounds. So many scientists, many chemists laughing at me because it's very simple. But this is new finding. No one knows this is natural. This is a synthetic compounds as a nitrogen fertilizer for calcium cyanamide. But no one knows this is native, this is natural. So this, I think this is, I'm very, very happy. I'm very, very, very glad to know this finding. My work appeared in Japanese newspaper for farmers long time ago. After this plant spreading to many Japanese people, and the many organic farmers for orange, Japanese mandarin orange, Mr. Ochi in Ehime Prefecture, he started in 1991, and he was very successful. His farmland 3 times bigger, and he got much money by using this. And he's kiwi fruits farmer near Tokyo. He's also using this hairy vetch for more than 20 years, and very successful. Still, we are very good friends, and he recommends this for other farmers. So this is good for also for corn production, and also rice paddy field. This is good. So I have many farmers, my collaborative farmers, several places in Japan, and we have some meeting. This is farmers meeting, farmers volunteer meeting, and they are coming. Then the farmers, they teach each other. Farmer teach other farmer. Then they are spreading gradually. So this is in Hokkaido, Japanese northmost, and in Hokkaido, there are some young farmers also starting to organic farming, and I'm very happy such kind of young farmer use my hairy vetch. Now it's about 10,000 hectares, not so much, but now #2 cover crop in Japan in 20 years. For these results, I got one of the Japanese top award for scientists, scientific achievement awards for these results. So I'm very happy. I almost finished my research career, but I'm very happy to do this. I screened now about 5,000 species, but I hope to continue research on aridopathy, so screen on aridopathy more and more. And I'd like to collaborate with scientists in Uzbekistan, because you are rich in national resources and biodiversity, and some of your endangered plants could be allelopathic plants. So I've never been to your country, so I'd like to collaborate with you. These pictures are from the internet. This is true, truly growing in your country or not, I'm not sure, but I have much interest in this kind of plants, could be allelopathy. And this is my final slides. This is my final slide in Japanese paddy field. My colleague in Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology, we are very practical university. Our motto is useful, help farmers, help farmer, not only for research, not only for research, of course, research oriented, but useful, help for farmer is the final goal of our university. And we go for farmers field and help farmers. And I'd like to tell you, Japanese old name, Japanese true name is wa. Japanese old true name is wa. Japanese true name is this, circle. Japanese true name is circle. The circle means also peace, ring and peace. So we Japanese like peace. We are peaceful countries, and we don't like to fight. We like peace or collaboration. So may peace comes for all countries and all people. Thank you so much. This is the end of my speech. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Fuji. It's very interesting talk. And also it's very nice to know about your research activities, your groups, your all cooperations and articles published. I think, in my opinion, you got so high achievement because of your name. Fuji means higher mountain, you know.
Yes.
So it's higher achievement in science. So I think your society should extend its activity beyond, for example, covered Central Asia. You know, of course, you know that Central Asia is rich in endemic plants. So then if you have 200 articles, good articles in English, so you will double it. Another 200 articles come from Central Asian cooperation.
Yes, I hope to collaborate with you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Uzbekistan. Always very happy for any cooperation in the field, allelopathy and other agriculture or herbal plants or aromatic plants. Myself, I am working in plant microbe interactions. So now time for questions. Probably others have some questions. It's very interesting research. Please, any questions for Professor Fuji from audience?
May I ask you one question? Professor Fuji, do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, but I'm not good at my ear, so please speak loudly.
Sorry. My question is, licorice, you know this plant. Licorice grows very well in salinated area in Uzbekistan. Do you have any information about allopathic activity of this plant?
Yes. Licorice is very interesting plant. Licorice, I know this is very interesting plant, but I have no experience for licorice. And we have another licorice radiata in Japan, but it's completely different plants. So your licorice is very unique medicinal plants, and I have much interest. So please teach me about licorice or other medicinal plants.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? I have one question, Professor Fuji. I am working, do you hear me?
Yes, okay.
I am working with a plant microbe interactions, and I believe that endophytes living inside the plant tissue responsible for phytochemicals. What do you think?
Yes. I much agree with you, because today I skip our recent finding that ocaramine I showed you, that was made by endophyte from hairy veg. So I think microorganisms in rhizosphere of plants is very important, and it's a new field for allelopathy. So I'd like to collaborate with you. Please teach me about endophyte.
Thanks very much again for a very interesting talk. Welcome to Uzbekistan, and we are very happy for any cooperation with your university. Our next speaker is Professor Yoshiko Kawabata. He is also from Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. He will talk about the high value added agriculture to prevent desertification by Uzbekistan and Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. Welcome. So floor is yours, Professor Kawabata.
Thank you very much. So I am happy to be here. So today I will introduce high value added agriculture to prevent desertification by Uzbekistan and our university. So wetland is so too big effect from the climate change. So impact of climate change, there is a problem about glaciers, drought, flood, especially impact on LRC, dust or for agriculture like that. So desertification in Arab Basin. I started this research from 1992 under the Kyoto University project. I was a student time. So I get the PhD about the RRC problem. So then that time, it's a large scale irrigation was started from 1950s. That time is green revolution, and it is a good news for all of the world. Many people migrated to RRC basin from the Soviet Union, all over the Soviet Union. However, after Soviet Union, it's a domestic problem to international problem. It is a big problem for the RRC basin countries, especially in the Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. So then they have action. So Kazakhstan make a Kok-Arad Dam, and Uzbekistan also make a dam and to make an artificial lake front of the large Arab Sea. Then how to save the environment and human life? Of course, stop the shrinking of Arab Sea. It is very important. On the other hand, must be shrinking human life. Living for more than 4 generations in these areas and will decline due to the salinization and drought damage. So then we are thinking water saving and high value added agriculture to prevent salinization. And then today I introduce about the 4 projects. Medical plants project with the water saving and high value added agriculture. And tea project, high value added agriculture. And sericulture, dried persimmon. So medical plants. Uzbekistan have many medical plants in arid land also. So then we work together with Institute of Agriculture and Agrotechnology of Karachi, Pakistan, and Showa Pharmaceutical University together with our university. And it not correct from the field how to grow in the agriculture land, especially it doesn't have a problem about salinization and decreasing the yields, because in medical plants in the arid areas, they are not so much needed the water. So medical plants cultivation, it's the conservation and income generation, good for farmers too. Of course, needed a little irrigation water, however, less than wheat or than cotton. Next project is tea project. Together with Mysore City and Saitama Prefecture Tea Institute. Cultivate Japanese tea and decrease the import from other countries. And especially Japanese tea, using the Japanese tea and make high value tea in Uzbekistan, we hope. After that, including the farmer's income. Of course, tea is not main product. However, it is good for byproducts. Work together with the Rishtan City and Tashkent State Agrarian University work together. And sericulture. TUAT started the sericulture project from 1929, still now, and it introduced Japanese high quality varieties to Uzbekistan. And from March, JICA is sericulture expert to stay in Tashkent. So then please contact with JICA about the sericulture project. I was done work about the sericulture project until 1915, together with the Sericulture Institute of Uzbekistan. And women's independence using a traditional ikat atlas in Uzbekistan. So inhabiting the tradition of atlas, rural women can do it at home. Some local women don't want to go out. However, like this project can do in home. Then we support to the soul to overseas travelers at the World Heritage in Hiba or in Tashkent. It's sold in Japan to add value. If to sailing in Japan, it is its meaning in high qualities. So then they work together with Women Business Association and to do this project still. And the next new project about dry parchment. Uzbekistan is rich in dry fruits. However, no dried parchment so much. In Japan, traditionally, we made dried parchment. However, in Uzbekistan, only eat fresh parchment and cheaper than other fruits. So then they introduced Japanese traditional dry fruits method and can eat all of the year. And it's too good for farmers. Work together with organization by NPO, Japan Uzbekistan Association, and Samarkand branch of Tashkent State Agrarian University and TUAT. So this is just this project accepted by JICA in the end of March. So then we will start this dry parchment project maybe near future in Uzbekistan. I hope if you are interested, please join our project. Thank you very much for your attention.
Professor Kawabata, many thanks for very interesting talk about your ongoing project or completed project and your cooperation with Uzbekistan. So I just want to know your research interest at the university.
Yeah.
Are you working with plants, agriculture production?
I am working about the water environment. My major is a water environment about the RRC basin. However, I joined work together as a professors with the Uzbekistan project.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Now it's time for question. Please, if you have a question to Professor, you can write or you can ask now.
Thank you very much, Yoshika, for your presentation. It was very fruitful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My question is, so you have mentioned in your presentation that the green revolution. What does it mean, this green revolution? What related this to Uzbekistan? We know that green revolution was in India and Pakistan, 1960s.
But I read it in Russian textbook. They wrote it about green revolution. In the RRC basin, the large-scale irrigation started in RRC basin. This is one of the green revolution. The Russian scientists wrote it for articles.
Because I hear this green revolution in RRC for the first time. It's no problem. Then my second question is how.
So, Academy of Science in Leningrad.
Tea growing potential in Uzbekistan.
I wrote it. The Academy of Science.
Maybe it is from Kazakhstan scientists wrote this article, Professor Kawabata. Because RLC is also in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and in Kazakhstan part, many Russians also work, Russian institutions work with RLC problem.
But anyway, the climate of Uzbekistan is not suitable, including Kazakhstan, for green tea growing.
The tea growing now in some place in Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
But
already started from 2 years ago.
Places, we can say that this place, mountain areas can be suitable for green tea growing, not RRC basin.
Of course, not RRC basin in the mountainside.
Yeah, in your slide, you mentioned Tashkent State Agrarian University together in Rishtan or some province, I think. Yeah. Yes, but not in the RRC. Yeah.
Yeah, not at the medical plant in the RRC basin.
Yeah.
In Karachi, Pakistan. Is it okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Again, thank you very much, Professor Kawabata, for interesting presentation. Now we will move to next speaker, Professor Igor Savin. He is from Institute of Soil Science, Russia. He will talk about effectiveness of remote sensing monitoring in the use of agricultural land. Professor Savin, welcome again, and thank you very much for joining us today. So floor is yours.
Good day, dear colleagues. I hope everything is okay with sound and you can see my presentation.
Yeah, we can see.
I don't know if I would like to, if it's possible, with your permission, I will speak in Russian. My presentation will be in English, but I will try. It will be better because it will be easy for me to explain what I want to explain. It's easy.
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you very much. And я попытаюсь, уважаемые коллеги, я попытаюсь вкратце рассказать о эффективности использования данных дистанционного зондирования для мониторинга сельскохозяйственных земель, для мониторинга их состояния, их использования. Это очень важная часть вот именно процесса устойчивого использования сельскохозяйственных земель, контроль за тем, насколько, в каком состоянии находятся эти земли, и, соответственно, контроль над тем, как они используются, и, в принципе, контроль и прогноз с тем, что может быть с этими землями в результате сельскохозяйственного использования в будущем. Поэтому вот то, что необходим такой контроль при сельскохозяйственном использовании земли, это вряд ли вызывает у кого-то сомнения. И в последнее время появились хорошие возможности для такого контроля, которые связаны с наличием вот спутниковых данных в основном. Хотя в последние годы, конечно, усиленно развивается направление, связанное с использованием данных, получаемых из беспилотных летательных аппаратов. Но основное вот для больших территорий, для больших стран, конечно же, это в основном спутниковые данные, они используются в настоящий момент как основа для того, чтобы получать данные о состоянии, в том числе сельскохозяйственных земель. Вот слева на слайде вы видите вот эти зелененькие точки, это спутники, разные спутники, которые в настоящий момент летают вокруг земного шара. Вы видите их огромное количество. И, конечно же, вот все те спутники, которые здесь изображены зеленым, они не являются спутниками, предназначенными для мониторинга земель. Это спутники, которые могут использоваться для других целей. Но, тем не менее, среди них есть очень много спутников, которые предназначены именно для мониторинга земель. Ну, вот справа просто представлены некоторые из этих спутников, которые, и данные из которых достаточно широко используются во всем мире для того, чтобы делать вот такой вот мониторинг. И когда мы говорим про земли, про мониторинг земель, то здесь необходимо понимать то, что понимается, то есть как бы некий понятийный аппарат, что такое земли и чем это отличается, например, от почв и так далее. То есть мы опираемся на понятие земель, которое разработано специалистами ФАО достаточно давно. И это понятие земель, здесь вот справа я привел выдержку из определения земель ФАО, и мы видим, что те же самые, например, почвы или приземный климат, они входят как составные части понятия земель. То есть, когда мы говорим о землях, например, земли сельскохозяйственного использования, сельскохозяйственного назначения, то этим самым мы имеем в виду, когда мы говорим о состоянии этих земель, мы имеем в виду сведения о метеорологических или климатических условиях на этих землях, приземная атмосфера, естественно, о почвах на этих землях, о посевах или о другой сельскохозяйственной растительности на этих землях и о специфике использования этих земель. Вот эти все основные компоненты, если брать сельскохозяйственные земли, они важные компоненты, и в принципе дистанционные данные, спутниковые данные, они позволяют осуществлять мониторинг всех компонентов, всех вот этих вот частей, начиная от метеорологических условий, состояния почв, состояние растений, посевов и о специфике использования земель. Конечно, вряд ли стоит утверждать, что эти все компоненты, они могут быть объектом спутникового мониторинга полностью. То есть как бы есть свойства, за которыми можно наблюдать очень успешно, как показывает мировой опыт, и есть свойства, за которыми нельзя наблюдать. То есть мы не можем некоторые свойства получить, например, информацию о, допустим, глубине залегания солей прямым спутниковым вот таким наблюдением мы получить не можем. но можно попытаться это сделать косвенно через состояние растительности, если она страдает от того, что внутри почвы имеются какие-то соли, имеется засоление. То есть, но в основном есть много свойств, о которых мы не можем получить данные по спутникам. И это означает, что вот такой мониторинг, он возможен только для части свойств земель, но эта часть, это очень важно, что об этой части мы можем эти данные получать. Ну, вкратце я здесь попытаюсь просто показать некие примеры, о чем идет речь. То есть анализ литературных данных, он показывает, что вот из метеорологических параметров, за которыми в настоящий момент можно достаточно успешно наблюдать из космоса, и достаточно с большой периодичностью, с хорошей периодичностью, то есть очень часто можно наблюдать, то вот основные свойства, которые важны для сельского хозяйства, для сельскохозяйственных земель, конечно, это температура подстилающей поверхности, важный параметр, это количество осадков, которые выпадают на определенной местности, это снежный покров и его изменения во времени, и это, допустим, потенциальная эвапотранспирация. Эти вот такие метеорологические параметры, потенциально актуальные эвапотранспирации, метеорологические параметры, о которых, если вы возьмете и посмотрите литературу научную, есть в настоящий момент огромное количество публикаций, которые показывают, что это возможно. И это действительно возможно, в том плане, что вот здесь некоторые примеры просто я небольшие привел, то есть в центре картинка, на которой показано на конкретный момент, где выпадают атмосферные осадки. Эта информация получена по спутниковым данным, то есть и даже здесь идет разделение, вот синим цветом показаны места, где выпадают осадки в виде снега, зеленым и вот красным это показаны осадки в виде дождя, то есть можно разделять, и вот этот мониторинг, он осуществляется чуть ли не там очень много, то есть это можно делать практически раз там 15 минут, раз в час и так далее. Вопрос просто в том, что вот как бы вот это все строится на основе некоторых моделей, и, конечно же, это все гораздо эффективнее, чем просто использовать данные метеостанции, потому что во многих местах нет такого количества метеостанций, которые позволили бы отследить всю земную поверхность. Допустим, в России разреженная метеостанция, она очень велика. То есть часто между двумя соседними метеостанциями расстояние там сотни километров. И что делается между этими метеостанциями, какая вот обстановка, проследить по метеостанциям часто очень нельзя. Поэтому это имеет очень важное значение, то, что мы можем использовать вот такие спутниковые данные и следить за осадками, их интенсивностью, их перемещением. Ну, то же самое, вот справа вверху небольшой пример, это снежный покров. Почему важен снежный покров в нашем случае для сельского хозяйства? Особенно вот в умеренных широтах он важен потому, что много возделывается озимых культур, озимой пшеницы, в частности, допустим, очень много в мире возделывается. И озимые культуры часто страдают от мороза в зимнее время, от низких температур. Но снежный покров служит как бы некой протекцией, он служит некой защитой от мороза. И поэтому нам важно знать, что, допустим, мы знаем, что температура воздуха опустилась очень низко, но если есть снежный покров, то, соответственно, почвы, посевы, они защищены от воздействия вот этих экстремальных зимних температур. Это не обязательно речь идет о посевах озимой, только озимых пшеницы, это может быть как бы насаждение плодовое, это может быть все, что, то есть это может быть много разных культур, которые могут быть подвержены. И вот слежение за температурой подстилающей поверхности по спутниковым данным и распространением снежного покрова позволяет нам заранее определить территории, где высокий риск вымерзания сельскохозяйственных культур. Это тоже можно делать достаточно успешно в настоящий момент на больших площадях. Опять же, я говорю, это не уровень отдельного поля, это огромные территории, на которых можно вот такой мониторинг проводить. Другой, еще один небольшой пример, который связан с эвапотранспирацией, о чем я говорил. Эвапотранспирация – важный показатель состояния сельскохозяйственных культур и важный компонент для, допустим, предсказания урожайности. То есть, когда мы можем попытаться смоделировать или спрогнозировать урожайность, базируясь на спутниковых данных. В настоящий момент вот это направление определения потенциальной и актуальной эвапотранспирации – это очень широко распространенные приемы для того, чтобы получать информацию о состоянии посева во всем мире. И, ну, соответственно, построено очень много моделей, которые позволяют по спутниковым данным рассчитать эвапотранспирацию. Здесь вот приведены внизу справа лишь некоторые из этих моделей. Вы видите, их очень много, все они имеют свою специфику, но, тем не менее, это направление усиленно развивается, и мы можем, в принципе, получать эту информацию практически в реальном режиме времени на очень большой территории. Что альтернативы этого нет, потому что, да, можно изменить эвапотранспирацию на отдельных участках, на отдельных небольших полях, но получить эту информацию для больших территорий без спутниковых данных практически невозможно. Это, то есть, как бы здесь нет никакой альтернативы этим подходам. Ну и, соответственно, для вот метеорологического мониторинга, значит, небольшой вывод, какие можно из этого всего сделать, что, да, на основе этой информации мы можем получать эту информацию на основе спутниковых данных гораздо с большей эффективностью. Можем получать ее чаще, чем на метеостанциях, мы можем получать ее на тех территориях, где нет метеостанций и так далее. То есть и это можно делать с высоким пространственным разрешением. То есть можно покрывать огромные территории, и эта информация, она существует в настоящий момент, потому что количество спутниковых данных, оно очень велико. И даже не все данные можно, как бы, ученые обрабатывают для того, чтобы понять, что на них можно получить. Ну, один из это облачность. В регионах, где эта облачность часто встречается, это северные широты в основном, ну или же, допустим, экваториальная зона, то там облачность может сильно ограничивать эти возможности. Ну и, конечно же, некоторые алгоритмы, вот я показывал там глобальные картины, они требуют, конечно, валидации. И сделать валидацию – это не такая простая, оказывается, задача. Для этого нужно собирать отдельные, как вот соединить точечные измерения на поверхности Земли со спутниковыми измерениями. Это, в общем-то, огромная проблема, которую тоже ученые сейчас пытаются решить. То же самое можно сказать про почвы, то есть здесь тоже вот состояние почв, здесь уже упоминалось засоление почв. Вот как бы здесь я опять же базируюсь на данных литературных источниках, базируюсь на нашем опыте. Вот я здесь выделил основные свойства почв, которые уверенно можно детектировать по спутниковым данным и использовать это в сельском хозяйстве. Во-первых, это информация о влажности почв, которая очень важна для как бы возделывания сельскохозяйственных культур. Информация о содержании углерода или гумуса в почвах. Информация о гранулометрическом составе, о текстуре почв, о засолении почв и солонцеватости почв, о переуплотнении почв, о температуре почв. То есть вот по этим данным существует огромное количество публикаций, которые показывают, что это возможно. Есть и другие свойства, которые я здесь не перечислил, по которым исследования ведутся, но результатов таких вот надежных пока нет. Ну и здесь опять некие просто небольшие примеры. Вот верхняя как бы карта. Это карта, которая показывает влажность почв, содержание влаги в почве. Эта карта получается глобальная, она опять делается по спутниковым данным. Это пример из европейского сообщества, как бы, и Европейского космического агентства. Они делают, у них есть такие спутники, которые позволяют получать вот эту информацию для всего земного шара с очень высокой периодичностью. Вот, и это можно использовать на каждый день, можно получать вот такую карту, по сути. Дальше, вот ниже, это пример по динамике засоления, оценка динамики засоления. Вот засоление почв верхнего горизонта, пахотного горизонта почв слева, который получен в 80-е годы. Справа карта, это Шаульдерский орошаемый массив в Казахстане. То есть справа карта на 9-10 год. Мы видим, насколько сильно вот эти красные участки, это тоже, где засоление почв сильно выросло. Вот, то есть по засолению тоже есть такие вот много публикаций достаточно. Справа вверху это карты содержания гумуса в отдельных, как бы на отдельных полях. То есть здесь можно говорить о том, что мы можем делать вот такие вот, как бы определять эти вещи и делать мониторинг, допустим, за содержанием гумуса на уровне отдельных полей по спутниковым данным, а также на более глобальном уровне. Внизу картина – это определение содержания илистой фракции, ила в почве. То есть это тоже важный параметр, который влияет на плодородие. То есть таким образом мы опять же видим, что много есть, мы можем получать по спутниковым данным реальную информацию о пространственном распределении различных свойств почв. Получить это просто пойдя обычными способами, идя в поле и закладывая почвенные разрезы, очень трудоемко, требует массу времени. И здесь, как бы, опять же, мы не можем То есть мы не можем огромные территории покрыть вот такой вот обычной традиционной съемкой. Поэтому, конечно же, альтернатива – это вот развитие спутниковых технологий. Но здесь есть свои ограничения. Мы не можем делать это для всех свойств почв, которые нам нужны, только для отдельных свойств почв. Конечно же, это в основном делается только для поверхностных горизонтов, например, поверхность почвы или пахотный горизонт. И есть, конечно же, разработано в настоящий момент много-много различных подходов, но большая часть этих подходов локальны. То есть мы не можем их распространить на другие территории, и они требуют адаптации, валидации и так далее для других территорий. И вкратце про посевы то же самое. Здесь можно определять по спутниковым данным в настоящий момент тип посевов, площади, соответственно, посевов, засоренность посевов, болезни вредителей посевов, надземная фитомасса, можно делать мониторинг надземной фитомассы. Можно пытаться предсказывать урожайность на основе спутниковых данных и оценивать риски гибели из-за засухи, из-за заморозков и так далее. Здесь как раз вот показано на картинках некие риски для России. Вот верхний левый рисунок это как бы засуха, воздействие засухи на посевы. Здесь уже информация, она агрегирована со спутниковых данных на административные районы. И, в общем, показано, сколько процент полей, которые пострадали от засухи. Справа две картинки, это показывают воздействие заморозков весенних на плодовые культуры, на однолетние культуры. Делается анализ, верхний рисунок, анализ температуры поверхности земной. И дальше по вегетационным индексам определяется, где посевы или многолетние насаждения пострадали от этого заморозка весной. И внизу эта картинка, которая показывает анализ озимых культур перед установлением снежного покрова и после установления снежного покрова. То есть можно определять, на каких полях посевы погибли в течение зимы, пострадали, на каких не пострадали. То есть вот такой вот анализ, он тоже регулярно достаточно делается в настоящий момент. Ну и в целом, опять же, то есть вот для мониторинга посевов то же самое. Получить вот на таком глобальном уровне, особенно на больших территориях, эту информацию практически невозможно, особенно с учетом варьирования состояния посевов внутри отдельных полей, где эти поля большие. Вот. И, конечно же, мы можем получать эти данные о посевах с высоким пространственным разрешением. Но есть, опять же, ограничения, которые связаны с тем, что это можно определять не для всех, к сожалению, культур. То есть еще не изучено возможности для всех культур, которые имеются. И в разных регионах набор этих культур, которые можно делать мониторинг, он, в общем-то, разный. Существует много подходов, но нет единого подхода. То есть выработка единого подхода, глобального подхода, который был бы, в общем-то, применим в любой стране и так далее, и такого пока что нет. Тоже наука еще не развита до такой степени, чтобы это делать. Есть много методов, но необходима, опять же, валидация на конкретных, то есть нужна адаптация этих подходов к конкретной территории, где ведутся исследования. После этого можно их применять. Ну вот и таким образом, то есть здесь еще есть один момент, это использование земель, само использование земель. То есть и здесь можно пытаться определять, какие посевы находятся на полях, то есть есть такой же опыт. Орошаются, не орошаются эти территории, насколько интенсивно орошаются. Можно прослеживать, как меняется растительность на полях после орошения, как идет нарастание фитомассы на полях и так далее. Можно следить, что актуально для России, это заброс земель, то есть земли, которые были заброшены в 90-е годы, вводятся они в оборот, не вводятся в оборот и так далее. То есть вот эти все задачи можно достаточно успешно сейчас решать с точки зрения именно использования сельскохозяйственных земель. И здесь, опять же, опять есть ограничения. То есть опять нет такого уже устоявшегося подхода. Это все регионально достаточно и нуждается в региональной такой адаптации все эти методы. Но они есть. И есть спутниковые данные. И эти спутниковые данные, многие из них бесплатные в настоящий момент. Все это позволяет нам при необходимости строить такие системы мониторинга, начиная от глобальных. Сейчас есть глобальная система мониторинга, которая построена в Европейском Союзе, есть в Китае, есть в Соединенных Штатах Америки такие системы. Такие локальные системы, которые охватывают много стран, есть в том числе в России, есть там еще в нескольких странах. То есть, таким образом, здесь вот эти системы, они уже существуют, такие системы спутникового мониторинга состояния сельскохозяйственных земель. Но при использовании их на других территориях, конечно, нужна некая адаптация этих систем к этой территории. Но это вполне реально. И это не столь дорого эти системы в настоящий момент создавать. Вот. Поэтому, в общем-то, как в качестве такого вот выводов, неких заключений, необходимо отметить, что, конечно, эффективность вот такого спутникового мониторинга сельскохозяйственных земель, она не вызывает в настоящий момент сомнений. То есть мы не можем часто получить данные о состоянии земель без этих методов. То есть только эти методы позволяют нам на больших территориях получать такую информацию. И, конечно же, алгоритмы, которые используются, многие из них локальны и нуждаются в адаптации, если мы хотим эти вот алгоритмы перенести на другие территории. Ну и в настоящий момент необходимо отметить, что уровень развития, научного развития, чисто научного развития использования данных спутников, допустим, он недостаточно высок. То есть технические возможности, количество спутников, количество информации, которая поступает, вот эта часть техническая, она развита гораздо больше, чем научная часть, которая лежит в обработке этих данных, извлечении информации. Она встает. И поэтому вот развитие основное – это развитие новых алгоритмов, глобальных алгоритмов, переход от локальных алгоритмов к глобальным. И вот это вот развитие, оно идет в настоящий момент очень-очень ускоренными темпами. Ну, вот это, в принципе, все кратко, о чем я хотел сообщить в моей презентации. Спасибо большое за внимание.
Thank you very much, Professor Simon. It is really interesting talk. We have 5 minutes for discussion and questions from audience. Please, if you have any question or you want to ask some question or suggestion or comments, please, the floor is yours.
Presentation, very interesting presentation. World is going forward, so that's why we So my first
I'm sorry, I cannot listen to the question.
Do you have any real data on disease monitoring system on crops? Do you have?
Yes, we have. So we have satellite data which is available for free. For example, if I understand correctly the question, because we have satellite data from different sources. For example, we have data from United States, from NASA, from European Space Agency. We have Russian data from Russian satellites. We have data from Japanese satellites, from others. So at a given moment, the problem of data is not very. I mean, satellite data is not very serious, because you can download a lot of space information from just go to the website and download satellite data which you need. But then, of course, you need some data for validation and calibration. And for validation and calibration of approach for analysis of satellite data, you need field information. You need some ground truth information. And we need to collect such information periodically. We need to create database of such ground truth information, which we use for calibration of our approach. So this is all data which we need. So we have data for calibration, and we have satellite data. As a result, we can build such kind of the system. For example, we have some experience of application of such approach for some regions of Uzbekistan or for Kazakhstan, because in cooperation with our colleagues from Uzbekistan, from Kazakhstan, we have ground truth data, and we have calibrated our approach, and then we use this approach for monitoring of crops in these countries. So it's visible to do such kind of analysis for any territory of the world, because data is available.
Okay, but my question was related to disease monitoring. For example, in Uzbekistan, we do have wheat rust, yellow rust. So yellow rust mostly you can have during this tillering stage of wheat. So I think that this time is very high time to identify wheat rust diseases in Uzbekistan. So that's why my question was related to that one, to monitoring wheat rust disease in the country.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, because of course it's possible to monitor crop disease, or it's not all, of course, because all depends how this disease affects crop. Because if you have, for example, yellow leaves instead of green leaves, why not? You can try to detect. But for this, of course, you need high-resolution satellite images. It's possible to receive, but not for free. And then simultaneously, to solve this problem, we need, for example, hyperspectral images. So you need information in narrow spectral bands. And to receive this information, only at a given moment, it's only maybe 2 or 3 satellites in the world exist to receive this information. I know that, and we have some experience in Russia for application of drones to solve this problem. Because if you have one field and you need to examine, you need to detect disease within one field, the best solution to use drone, because on drone we have hyperspectral camera which allow us to receive information which we need to detect such kind of disease. So theoretically, yes, it's possible to monitor such kind of disease of crops, but in reality, of course, it's necessary to let's say calibrate all this approach before usage.
Okay, thank you. My second question: how do you differentiate wheat from barley through using this system?
Yes, again, wheat and barley, of course, it's very similar crops from point of view of, let's say, greenness, and from point of view of status of these crops, of these plants, let's say. But, for example, at least in Russia, we have such kind of experience when we try to use phenological development information for let's say, for subdivision fields with barley or wheat. Barley and wheat, because in Russia, for example, we have sowing of barley before sowing of wheat. And for example, if we speak about spring crop, spring wheat, so we have sowing, first of all, we have sowing of spring barley, and after that, spring wheat. It means that we have some difference in crop development. And we can use this approach, we can just check greenness of the field after some time of crop sowing. So this is one of approach which we tested in Russia, and it works. But of course, it's possible to find, because of course it's a lot of problems exist in this. Because, for example, you can ask me how you detect different varieties of wheat or different varieties of barley. Of course, this is big, because many varieties, different varieties, has different, let's say, habitus, has different greenness, different amount of, different height of plant, and everything affect, let's say, data, remote sensing data. And as a result, of course, we have a lot of problems how to identify all these varieties, for example, different varieties, or how to identify fields with wheat, barley, rye, and oats, and so on. So, of course, problems exist. I don't want to say that all these problems were solved. No, it's under solution. We just try to solve these problems, but we know very well these problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your information. So, in Uzbekistan, we are also going to differentiate barley and wheat. So that's why now we are just collecting all the parameters of barley and wheat, and then so we can validate first we calibrate, then validate two different.
Yes, it's very interesting, and of course it's necessary to have a field data for such kind of validation and building the system of more for satellite monitoring. You need field data, and if you have real field data, then you can let's say you can validate, you can calibrate the models, and then after that you can apply these models for analysis of this crop's status.
Thank you very much, Professor Savin, for your presentation and your discussion. We are very happy having you here today. So our last speaker is Professor Kamaljan Tajibayev. He is from Institute of Botany of the Academy of Science of Uzbekistan. He will talk about the new directions of study and biological documentation of plant diversity in Uzbekistan. Professor Tajibayev, I welcome you to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear participants, dear friends. Let me introduce my presentation. I'm working at the Institute of Botany, Uzbekistan Academy of Science, and I am expert on wild plant diversity. Позвольте мне представить его на русском языке. Как было уже сказано, презентация посвящена новым направлениям изучения и биологического документирования растительного разнообразия Узбекистана с фокусированием исследований на сеточное картирование, то есть на грид-мэппинг растительного разнообразия. Следующий слайд. В связи с этим, с моим докладом возникает вопрос, какое количество видов дикорастущей флоры сейчас существует вообще в мире. По разным оценкам данные колеблются, но авторитетные источники заявляют, что общее количество дикорастущих видов растений сейчас составляет около 400 тысяч видов растений, точнее 391 тысяч видов растений. Но эта информация устаревает уже с течением определенного периода, потому что сейчас журнал «Фитотаксия», это ведущий таксономический журнал по растительному разнообразию, начал анализировать данные, какое количество видов растений каждый год открывается как новые виды для науки. Их около 2000 видов растений каждый год. Однако существует еще другая информация. Такое же количество видов растений исчезают, открывшись, то есть они не получили свое документирование, свое подтверждение. Следующий слайд. В настоящее время изучение биологического разнообразия, растительного разнообразия в том числе, становится делом не отдельно взятой страны, не отдельно взятой региона. Это дело имеет глобальный характер. В этих слайдах, на этом слайде показаны две рисунки. Это на левом углу, верхнем левом углу карта показывает биологическое растительное разнообразие в разрезе административных стран всего мира. Вот в шкале все это показано. Извиняюсь, правый нижний угол, эта картинка демонстрирует растительное разнообразие в разрезе глобальных экологических регионов мира. Для того, чтобы отвечать требованиям статьям Конвенции о биологическом разнообразии, ратифицированной Узбекистаном в 1996 году, мы должны проводить исследования по изучению растительного разнообразия в соответствии с мировыми стандартами, чтобы эту информацию можно было аккумулировать в глобальные базы данных. Следующий слайд. И в связи с этим мы начали анализировать существующую ситуацию в Узбекистане и, можно сказать, в Средней Азии в целом. И как было до начала наших исследований, вот здесь представлены несколько рисунков, показывающие фундаментальные исследования по территории Узбекистана и Средней Азии. Как мы здесь видим, все они имеют печатный характер, они составляют разобщенный массив текстовой информации. Для того, чтобы получить какой-то массив данных для анализа, мы должны собрать много-много разных материалов, которые хранятся в различных местах и в различном виде. И то же самое можно сказать, и следующий слайд, о предыдущем издании «Флора Узбекистана». Еще один. В предыдущем издании «Флора Узбекистана» это фундаментальный труд, шеститомный труд, который был издан в 1941-1963 годах. А потом, начиная с 1969 года, объединяя усилия всех среднеазиатских ботаников и систематиков, был подготовлен 10-томный определитель растений Средней Азии, который охватывает больше 8000 видов растений, которые произрастают на территории Средней Азии. Но все-таки они опять составляют массив текстовых данных, причем, как я уже сказал, разобщенного характера. Следующий вопрос. И что нужно было делать? Нужно было провести анализ существующей ситуации, изучить все материалы. И наши исследования по Узбекистану показали, что территория Узбекистана в плане изучения растительного, дикорастущего растительного разнообразия не отвечает должным существующим требованиям. Только 10-15% территории Узбекистана, это вот здесь на карте, это территории отмечены темно-синим цветом, они изучены в удовлетворительном уровне. Дальше идет вот такая градация. Средние изученные, где сейчас исследования ведутся, или слабо изученные территории, по ним нет ни опубликованных данных, ни баз данных, ничего, а по некоторым территориям, это осушенное дно Аральского моря, данные значительно устарели. И существующий массив информации хранится в виде гербарных образцов, в виде томов национальной флоры, списки видов региональных флор, диссертации и статьи. И при этом у нас отсутствовали карты распространения видов или карты ареалов. У нас отсутствует геопривязка данных. У нас отсутствовали электронные базы данных, как национальной флоры, так и различных локальных флор в пределах республики Узбекистан. Следующий слайд. И на следующем этапе мы приступили в первую очередь к оцифровке существующей информации, то есть фондовой информации и составлению базы данных по Узбекистану в целом. Эта работа сейчас еще продолжается. И начали работать на уровне локальных флор и начали составлять базу данных. При этом нами были задействованы в этот проект несколько университетов по Узбекистану, и практически все диссертационные работы, которые были выполнены как в Институте ботаники, так и за его пределами в Узбекистане, мы постарались закончить эти исследования с составлением современных баз данных. Следующий слайд. И вот почему мы могли спокойно, легкостью, скажем так, приступить к таким масштабным исследованиям, потому что это, можно сказать, масштабные исследования на территории Узбекистана, и ботанические исследования, флористическое изучение ведется уже больше 100 лет, накоплен огромный массив информации. На наше большое счастье мы имеем национальное достояние в виде национального гербария Узбекистана, который сейчас хранит больше 1,5 миллиона гербарных образцов, собранных 1831 года. И с территории Узбекистана было описано огромное количество видов растений, и за ее пределами тоже. Типовые образцы, то есть первые образцы этих видов растений, они хранятся у нас в институте. И вот этот большой фонд, следующий слайд, пожалуйста, большой фонд позволил нам приступить к этим исследованиям по оцифровке огромной информации. Только вот ташкентский гербарий с его 1,5 миллиона гербарными образцами, этот гербарий, который сейчас занимает ведущее положение среди более 4000 гербариев, зарегистрированных, наш гербарий входит в 20 ведущих гербариев мира, этот фонд позволил нам начать такие большие исследования. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. И после анализа ситуации, и после первого этапа оцифровки данных, мы начали думать, каким путем мы должны пойти, чтобы довести изученность флоры Узбекистана до должного уровня, и чтобы мы могли аккумулировать эти данные в глобальные порталы по растительному разнообразию. И оптимальным решением
We have again some technical problems. Hopefully they will restore it.
Поднимается еще квадраты по 25 километров на 25 километров. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. И для Узбекистана мы выбрали сетку размером 5 на 5 километров, и вся территория страны сейчас подразделена на эти индексы. Общее количество индексов составляет 15200 квадратов индексов. Индексы, они состоят из цифр и букв алфавита, тем самым мы имеем ID для каждого индекса, и таким образом мы начали приступать к совершенно другого рода, другого уровня исследования в разрезе именно этих квадратов, именно этих индексов. И для каждого индекса мы выявляем два значения. Первое значение – это видовое разнообразие, species richness. Этот параметр показывает, какое количество видов произрастает на определенном индексе. А второе значение – это была наша инициатива, многие страны, это густота сборов. Это означает, какое количество гербарных образцов было собрано с этого квадрата, или какое количество полевых описаний были сделаны на этом индексе. Это так называемый, получается так называемый collection density. И эти два параметра послужили основой для проведения первого этапа исследований, который мы начали проводить на территории Сурхандаринской области. Правый верхний угол снимок показывает 5 ботанико-географические районы в пределах Сурхандаринской области, и каждая территория, как я уже сказал, разделена на эти квадраты. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. И так как эти исследования современные, и они не должны ограничиваться только таксономической информацией, то есть какое количество видов растений произрастает на этой территории, мы начали анализировать наши данные в связи с условиями внешней среды. В первую очередь это градиент высоты. В вторую очередь в 2021 году мы закончили такие карты по почвенному разнообразию изучаемой территории. И начиная с 2002 года мы начали работать с климатическими данными и экологическим рестром по данной определенной территории. И это не все, что осуществляется. Следующий слайд. Мы начали анализ имеющихся данных в связи с антропогенными ландшафтами изучаемой территории. Это вот начиная от А до Е, это поливные земли, это багарные земли, это сельхозугодья в целом, древесно-кустарниковая растительность, посаженная человеком, и урбанизированные территории в целом. То есть мы берем для сравнительного анализа существующие внешние климатические условия, и мы берем для анализа разнообразие антропогенных ландшафтов. Следующий слайд. И наши исследования, они чисто полевые исследования, потому что существующая информация, полная информация находится только в поле, ни гербарий, ни литература, ни другие источники, они не имеют этого нужного массива, поэтому начиная с 2001 года нами были проведены обширные полевые исследования в территории Сурхандаринской области, и вот небольшая группа лабораторий, они собрали более 7000 гербарных листов. Для сравнения могу сказать, что до начала этих исследований в институте в целом ежегодно собирали около 3000 листов гербария. Это значительно большой результат. Да, спасибо. Одновременно мы составляли полевые геоботанические, флористические описания с каждого района, и из 80, около 900 индексов, которые имеются в Сурхандаринской области, полевыми исследованиями были охвачены 565 индексов. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. И по итогам первого этапа мы получили карту флористического разнообразия Сурхандаринской области по двум параметрам. Это сеточная карта видового разнообразия Сурхандаринской области, это левый снимок, и сеточная карта густоты сборов по видам флоры Сурхандаринской области. Красные точки показывают наиболее богатые растительными видами и флористическими сборами, а, к сожалению, мы не смогли закончить по всем квадратам, как я уже сказал, эти исследования продолжаются. Следующий слайд. И обработка данных осуществляется в различных, с использованием различных программных ресурсов. Именно с 2002 года мы начали использовать R-программы, которые нам позволяют осуществлять анализ, как я уже сказал, не только таксономического разнообразия, но в связи с условиями внешней среды и в связи с антропогенными ландшафтами изучаемой территории. Следующий. Немаловажный характер флористических таксономических исследований составляет исследование эндемизма. Сурхандаринская область в Узбекистане является одним из самых богатых эндемичными видами. Наши исследования показали, что 63 вида являются строгими эндемиками Сурхандаринской области. Первые верхние два рисунка показывают распределение видов по семействам, распределение видов по ботанико-географическим районам. Такого рода данные можно получить и с применением и классических методов исследования. Но применение современных методов исследования, в том числе сеточного картирования, и нам позволил получить такую таблицу, фрагмент которого показан ниже. Мы использовали для каждого вида общее количество гербарных сборов, мы вычисляли площадь и степень распространения каждого вида, на скольких индексах, квадратах они распространены, и получили оценку по критериям Международного союза охраны природы. Это впервые осуществляется в Узбекистане с применением метода критериев IUCN. Именно использование сеточного картирования позволило нам получить подобного рода данные. Следующий слайд. В следующем слайде показаны вот две карты. Это карта распространения эндемичных видов Сурхандаринской области. То есть мы, имея такую информацию, цифровую информацию, мы можем управлять этими данными, мы можем осуществлять необходимые мероприятия по их дальнейшему сохранению. Для информации я приведу один пример. Недавно была опубликована одна большая статья, которая показывает, какое количество видов растений исчезло, вымерло с лица Земли, начиная с исследований Карла Линна. До этого были различные оценки, были озвучены различные цифры. Сейчас, полагаясь на эту статью, можем сказать, что общее количество видов, которые достоверно, повторяю, достоверно исчезли с лица Земли, составляет около 600 видов. Правая сторона экрана, здесь показан один вид растений, который был описан в 1957 году на территории Сурхандаринской области с песков Хауда. Это дикади туркестаников. Почему я это растение поставил? Здесь именно исследования по сеточному картированию позволили нам констатировать негативный факт, то есть исчезновение, полное исчезновение этого биологического вида, который являлся эндемиком Сурхандаринской области, эндемиком Узбекистана. Из того перечня, из 600 видов, ученые приводили несколько видов дикади, которые произрастают в Афганистане, Иране, в Индии, тоже в аналогичных экологических условиях. Видимо, этот род, пустынные виды этого рода доживают свой биологический возраст, и они постепенно исчезают, и при этом происходит ускорение с помощью негативного воздействия человека. Следующий слайд. И пользуясь случаем, все эти данные были опубликованы вот в этом журнале, пользуясь случаем, я хочу рекламировать новый журнал, который начал выпускаться Институтом ботаники, называется Plant Diversity of Central Asia. Первый выпуск был издан, это рецензируемый, и все статьи публикуются на английском языке. И далее следующий слайд. И в 2020 году, в 2021 году с территории Сурхандаринской области нам удалось найти два новых вида для науки. Один – это левая сторона, это растение относится к роду копеечник, хидизарум, был найден с Пабатага. Следующая находка была опубликована совсем недавно, 10 дней тому назад. Из Байсунских гор, высокогорий, был найден новый вид лютиков. И хочу сказать, что раньше, если мы все молекулярно-генетические исследования проводили или заказывали где-то за рубежом, вот эти современные молекулярно-генетические исследования, они полностью выполнены на базе Института ботаники. Именно вот переход к сеточному, следующий слайд, переход к сеточному картированию нам позволил осуществлять новые исследования не только на уровне локальных флор, какое количество видов на определенной территории. Мы выбрали определенные таксономические группы, которые имеют как теоретическое, так и высокое природоохранное значение. И по ним осуществляются комплексные целенаправленные исследования. Здесь приведены здесь есть часть примеров. И следующий слайд. И переход к сеточному картированию и связь со внешними условиями среды позволяет флористические исследования немножко экологизировать, так как мы уже имеем данные по распространению видов в связи с условиями внешней среды. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. И также именно эти исследования нам позволили провести биоклиматические моделирования. Мы сначала на первом этапе берем те 63 вида растений, которые являются строгими эндемиками Сурхандаринской области. С применением программных обеспечений, прежде всего, это программа МакЦен, мы можем сейчас прогнозировать потенциальный ареал редких исчезающих видов, краснокнижных видов Сурхандаринской области. Левая сторона, 9 видов, по ним мы получили такие данные, прогноз данных, что с учетом сценария глобального изменения климата, эти виды в будущем будут расширять свой ареал. Однако преобладающее количество видов, они показывают отрицательный результат, скажем так, и согласно сценариям глобального изменения климата, они в будущем будут сокращать свой ареал. Это позволяет нам строить новые планы по расширению сети охраняемых природных территорий, новые планы по сохранению этих видов в ботанических садах, заповедниках, банках семян и прочее. И завершая свою презентацию, хочу поделиться с первыми выводами по проведенным исследованиям. Метод сплошного сеточного картирования на уровне видов и подвидов впервые осуществляется среди стран Центральной Азии, в Узбекистане. И в качестве современного метода изучения биологически документированного растительного разнообразия этот метод был успешно опробирован в условиях как горного, так и пустынного Узбекистана. Полученные данные, они имеют стандартный формат, и эту информацию с геопривязкой мы можем легко интегрировать в глобальные базы, в том числе Global Biodiversity Information Facility или Web of Life и другие глобальные порталы. Применение таких исследований позволяет нам провести оценку состояния популяции редких исчезающих видов согласно критериям IUCN. И именно эти исследования позволяют нам еще приступить к новым, уже другого категории, второго этапа исследований по выявлению территорий с уникальным ботаническим разнообразием, которые сейчас локализованы за пределами охраняемых природных территорий. То есть здесь не осуществляется никакие предохранные мероприятия. Эти растения оставлены как бы на произвол судьбы, и мы можем приступить к такого рода исследованиям. И наращивание научного потенциала и укрепление материально-технической базы, как и института в целом, в частности лаборатории флоры Узбекистана, позволяет нам планировать и проводить новые современные исследования мирового уровня в области изучения и системного анализа дикорастущего растительного разнообразия. Исследования продолжаются, так как они выполнены в рамках государственного базового бюджетного финансирования. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you very much, Professor Tajboy, for a very interesting presentation. We got more information about plant diversity in Uzbekistan and ongoing projects. Now we have 5 minutes for discussion and questions. Please.
May I ask a question? May I ask?
Yes, please, Professor Fuji.
Yeah, very. Is it okay to ask in English?
Yes, yes, please.
Yes, your please. Presentation very interesting, and I understand you are very rich in biodiversity for plants. And I'd like to ask, how many plants are endangered in your country, and how to reserve for them? Okay.
Thank you. In Uzbekistan, we have red data book, which include more than 360 plant species, but not all dangerous species. Approximately 10% of them can be estimated as endangered. Some of them now be grown in our Tashkent Botanical Garden, and some of them, no enough data. And all information we get from our field expeditions, modern field expeditions.
Thank you so much. Very interesting and very important work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any question?
Да, пожалуйста, можно вопрос из Еревана, Сукиасян Астрик. Очень интересный был доклад, и у меня есть вопрос по биоклиматическому моделированию к докладчику. Какие факторы абиотического стресса вы учитываете при моделировании таком? И учитывается и второй подвопрос влияние антропогенных факторов при таком моделировании. То есть абиотические и антропогенные факторы, если можно. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Я ваш вопрос разделю на две части. Биоклиматическое моделирование выполняется с использованием, как я уже сказал, программы Maxent, который включает 19 биоклиматических параметров. Это начиная от температура, положительная, отрицательная температура, среднегодовая температура, это осадки, это почва, это и другие климатические параметры. Их в целом 19. Порой получается, что для определенных видов растений мы можем использовать весь пакет факторов, а в определенных случаях используется часть, это зависит от первоначальной информации, которой мы располагаем. Для этой программы самый ключевой момент, самый ключевой факт – это наличие данных с геопривязкой. То есть, гербарий был создан в 1950 году в каком-то регионе, и программа имеет такое требование к количеству данных с геопривязкой. По этим видам мы антропогенный фактор не учитываем, потому что программа этого не позволяет. А антропогенный фактор мы учитываем при оценке редких исчезающих видов растений, которые занесены в Красную книгу, Международный красный список и так далее. Там, как вы, наверное, уже знаете, там есть свои категории, свои параметры. И нужна экспертная оценка, которая осуществляет эту оценку с использованием конкретных антропогенных факторов, которые имеются на определенной территории.
Спасибо за ответ. И еще просьба, можно в комментариях оставить адрес, сайт данной программы, по которому вы делаете данное моделирование. Просто связь очень плохая, я прослышала название. Спасибо.
Thank you. Now, Professor Savin.
Окей, thank you a lot. Спасибо большое за интересный очень доклад. У меня вопрос похожий на предыдущий. Он связан с тем, при прогнозировании вот эти сценарии климатических изменений, когда вы рассматриваете, учитываете ли вы эдофический фактор? И что вы учитываете в качестве основы для получения информации об этом эдофическом факторе? Какие карты, какого масштаба?
Мы используем существующие в открытом доступе в интернете карты. Они в основном осуществляются с применением SAS-планет, Google программ. Когда мы делаем отдельные другого рода исследования, более конкретизированные исследования, да, здесь мы применяем карты. Они могут быть различного масштаба, от 25 тысячных до 10 тысячных карт мы используем. Но для цели сеточного картирования нас удовлетворяет то, что есть в открытом доступе в интернете.
Спасибо.
Спасибо.
Now, thank you for. Now we are closing first session of the conference. So many thanks for all speakers for interesting presentation talk, and we are very thankful for you joining us today. So have a nice day. After lunch, we will continue our second session. So welcome to next session now. Thank you very much. I will close now.
demak, ikkita loyiha e'lon qilingandi faqat tanlovlar. Unda birinchi demak nimamiz tuproq rizq o'zimiz. Juda ko'p ishtirokchilar qatnashdi, juda ko'p faol qatnashildi. Mana shundan so'yadi g'oliblar bor. Demak, bugun hozir g'oliblarni ruxsat bersalar taqdirlaymiz. Demak, tuproq rizq o'zimiz tanlovidagi 3-o'rin g'olibi Gulnoz Jalilova. Sertifikat bilan qisman qo'l soldi. Demek ki ikinci o'rin Nazif Yerjanov. Demek Kur'an rizq o'zimiz tanlovidagi birinchi o'rinda Xalqaro Yer.
Sizni yo'lingizni bersin yoshlarga.
Albatta. Rahmat. Keyingi demak tanlov g'oliblarimiz ayollar qishloq xo'jaligida degan mavzuda edi. Demak, bunisi 3-o'rinda Vaziraxon Hakimjon qizi. Demek ayollar qishloq xo'jaligida mavzusida 2-o'rinda Andijon viloyatidan tashrif buyurgan oddiy dehqon oilasidan Fayzulla Ravshanjon o'g'li. Demek keyingi birinchi o'rinimizda ayollar qishloq xo'jaligida mavzusida Solih Muslimbek. Marhamat. Katta rahmat. Bugungi tanlovda g'olib bo'lgan boshqa ishtirokchilar bor. Faol ishtirok uchun hammaga o'z minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. Biz yana bir loyihani, umuman loyiha emas, bu sohaga bo'lgan ozgina e'tibor yuzasidan har bir kvartalda mana shunaqangi bir har bir turdagi tanlovlar o'tkazishni rejalashtiryapmiz. Biz ijtimoiy tarmoqlarimiz har bir nimada bor, a'zolari ham qatnashadi. Faqat bitta biz shunaqa shart qo'yganmiz, biz o'zimizni korxonani xodimlarini ishtirokiga cheklab qo'yganmiz. Shu sababli boshlab mana shunday tanlovda faol ishtirok etib, bu tanlovdan maqsad bu mana sohada bo'layotgan yangiliklar, sohada bo'layotgan o'zgarishlarni yurtimizdagi chekka hududlarga e'tiborini ta'minlash. E'tiborlaringiz uchun katta rahmat.
ikkitasidan tashqari hammasi o'zimiz uchun universitetga o'rindosh yoki dars asosiy mashg'ulotlarimiz o'tirgan mana shu talabalar, magistrlar shu tadbirlar shu tadbirlar yana bir yarim kunlik davomi bor. Ertaga yakun bo'ladi. O'zimiz chiqaramiz. Endi man sizlardan uzr so'rab qolaman. Kim ro'za bo'lmasa, ularga mana bir şey joy tashlab qo'yilgan. Yarim soatlik namoz o'qishgan. Soat 2:30dan boshlab yana yarim soat.
Hello. I see that you may wonder what is going on because it's a coffee break now. It's a coffee break.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they will continue in 20 minutes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Kassan.
So sorry to interrupt.
We are sorry. Just we are delayed our agenda because some presenters spent much time, and just please wait around the 10 minutes.
Okay, it happens always. It's nothing new. Yes, but it was very, very nice. Congratulations.
Yeah.
So
thank
see
you
you
for
in
your
a
participation.
Yes.
Also.
Turganlar, marhamat o'tiringlar. Orzu, bo'linglar. O'tiringlar. Naryoqinglar ham kesinlar. O'rtaga o'tinglar. Orqada o'tganlar ham o'tinglar tezroq. Mana bu tarafga o'tinglar. Tezroq.
Manimcha Gavhar. Mandan chiqmayapti. Telegramda betda bor-da, masalan. Nima qilish kerak? Betda Telegramda chiqarish uchun saqlanib qilish kerakmi?
Qaysi? Mana bu.
Ha, Gavhar.
Tensiya chiqmayapti.
Ha, Telegramda chiqmayapti.
Auditoriyaga hamma joylashgan bo'lsa, olimlar xorijda qachon boshlaymiz?
Telegramda mana shu nomerni saqlanib qo'ying. Telegram o'ziga.
Ruxsat bersanglar boshlaymiz. Moderator endi o'zgargan. Facebookda dasturlar tekshirib super demak olib boradi. Endi ikkinchi qismida. Marhamat. Dasturlar Facebookga.
So, Keisuke Sensei, you can start.
Okay. So, good afternoon, all. I am Keisuke Katsura from Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. I'm so happy to participate in this wonderful presentation, wonderful conference. So I will serve as moderator for the next 4 topics. So please help ensure lively discussions and smooth proceedings. So anyway, time is running out, so I would like to move on to presentations. So the first speaker of this session is Professor Azispek Junubeko. Professors, can you share the slides? Professor Azispek Nukubeko.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Can you share the slides?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Do I have 20 minutes for presentation? Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you and see your slides very clearly. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So now we will talk about conservation agriculture practices in Central Asia. What's the present tense and future prospects? So I also would like thank for my co-authors for preparing this article. So to Alisher Mirzabayev, Amir Kassan, Murad Asazoda, Nasruddin Khalilov, and Doshuluk Siddiq for their very great contribution to make this presentation. Thank you. Next slide, please. So if we talk about Central Asia has 27 different climatic zones. In these climatic zones, so we can grow many crops. So maybe you can go for the next presentation, please. Next slide, please. So for here, so you can see that about 27 different agroclimatic zones we have in Central Asia, Among them, 21 agroeclimatic zones can be suitable to grow many agricultural crops, including wheat, cotton, chickpeas, different forage crops can be grown. And also only two agroclimatic zones, semi-arid cold winter, warm summer, and arid cold winter, warm summer are main agroclimatic zones. And these two agroclimatic zones contains about 70% of Central Asia climatic zone. Thank you. For next slide, please. So if we talk about area production and productivity of agricultural crops in Central Asian countries for the period 1992-2017, so most of the crops in production, less production is received, but we should mention here that yield potential of almost all crops are increased, except barley. All other crops increased because of good these varieties, also good crop practices, management practices we used in Central Asia. Thank you. Next slide, please. King Suke. So if we talk about the natural resource base, so there is increasingly limiting production of agricultural crops. So drought, salinity, soil, and water erosion, as you can see from these pictures, all these natural resource, this degradation prospects are, you can see here. Next, please. So here the degradation hotspots in Central Asia. In red, you can see that land degradation process is going on. It means that in all countries of Central Asia, you can see land degradation. It means that so soil productivity is decreasing almost in all Central Asian countries. Thank you. Next slide, please. So, and also there is big challenges. One, when it comes to per capita cropland. For example, in world average, we can see that per capita, 0.20 hectare is in world average, while in Central Asian countries, in Kazakhstan, 1.35 hectare per capita cropland, but in Uzbekistan, we have 0.16 hectare. It means Uzbekistan is below world average. But the world is going to fight against 2050 in world per capita cropland will be 0.16. But Uzbekistan is already facing what the world face after the 30 years. Uzbekistan is facing now. And also irrigated area is decreasing. But now we cannot increase irrigated area because of this limitation, and there is no more possibility to increase irrigated area. Next, please. And another problem is that agricultural input prices. When we talk about agricultural input prices, for example, when 1982, while, for example, farmer selling 1 kg of wheat and can get 8 liters of wheat. But now, vice versa. Now, to get 1 liter of wheat, farmer should sell almost 3 kg of wheat. It means the agricultural input prices is increasing much more higher compared to agricultural product price. So that's why farmers are need to use less input price, less inputs, but produce more. Next, please. But now we can see that climate change additional threat to production. In the next slide, we can see the April 6, next, April 6 in 2020, we had snow. So it shows us climate is changing. So this year also, an example, during the March, we had a lot of precipitation, but now during the April, we have a drought. So when you go to the pasture land of Uzbekistan or rainfed area, almost all the grasses are going to be dry because of dry now. So uneven distribution of precipitation in Uzbekistan or in all Central Asian countries. Next, please. Next. Next. Okay. But now this, what we have, all the challenges we have mentioned before. So we can address through adoption of conservation agriculture practices. In conservation agriculture, we have three principles. First is no-till, second is crop residue retention, the third is crop rotation. At least 3 crops should be participating in our crop rotation system. Next, please. So, with rotation and rainfed conditions under conservation agriculture will increase crop productivity and will decrease soil bulk density and increase water infiltration, and also keep more soil moisture. Moisture storage will be high compared to traditional agriculture. So here you can see that while using conservation agriculture, you can have at least 2 crops per year you can get. While in traditional agriculture, only 1 crop. So this is also the beauty of conservation agriculture practices. Next, please. King said. Yeah. So when we talk about this per capita cropland, is decreasing in Central Asian countries, but through using double cropping, we can increase land use efficiency. Sometimes we can get 2 crops per year, but sometimes we can get 3 crops per year. So through this, we can address the challenge with per capita cropland. Next, please. So early cropping and the ground covers with conservation agriculture practice also is good, have a good prospects in Central Asian countries. For example, between the trees, we can grow many crops using no-till practices or no-till seeding. So, so for example, here that you can see that between this pomegranate, the barley already planted, or this mulberry trees planted around these winter crops, or this alfalfa has planted between this apricot. All this can be useful through using early cropping. Thank you. Next. So we have already identified some literature review. As you can see, this conservation agriculture practice compared to conventional agriculture or traditional agriculture, almost similar yields we can get, or a little higher. So it means, but through this, but economic benefit of this conservation agriculture practice are high. Next. So you can see here that economics of conservation agriculture in Central Asia. So this slide from Tajikistan, you can see that the yield of mine bean under the conservation agriculture was 1.94 tons per hectare, while in traditional agriculture it was 1.6 tons per hectare, 6 tons per hectare. But profit of mine bean under the conservation agriculture was much more higher compared to traditional agriculture. Next. So economics of tillage method in winterwood cultivation, also you can see that while using conservation agriculture no-till, we get more benefit compared to traditional and minimum tillage agriculture. Next, please. Here you can see that the spent fuel for tillage and planting, under the conventional tillage, we spent more than 40 liters per hectare, while in conservation agriculture, we spent only 8 liters per hectare. Thank you. Next. So when we go for conservation agriculture, I said that there is a second principle or crop residue retention. Soil mulching is very important here. So that's why we always should use crop residue as a soil mulching. Always, this is because we should always cover the upper layer of soil with crop residue. Next. So, and you can see also if we have a crop residue and the salinity also can be managed easily. Because seepage salinity, we can say, always comes when the upper layer of soil is dry. But if we keep crop residue, then the crop residue keeps the soil moisture. So that's why we don't have much more difficulties fight against soil salinity. And also with crop residue, we can improve plant growth. Or plant growing period will be good because crop residue can keep temperature in the moderate. So that's why plant growth will be good. Next. Next. So dry salt content is affected by mulching, and also as you can see here that in the soil mulching with plant residue and manure, they increase the salt content from 0 to 10 centimeter of layer up to 1.64 times. Just using soil mulching. Next. If we talk about the adoption of conservation agriculture in the region, Kazakhstan is the leader now with more than 3 million hectares of land already under the conservation agriculture practices. In Kyrgyzstan, there is some adoption, but it is not much more compared to other countries. And in Uzbekistan, we have good because now there is also presidential decree dated in 17 June 2019 on measures for efficient use of land and water resources in agriculture. As per this decree, so now this area of conservation agriculture in Uzbekistan is increasing. Next. So here you can see the table. In Kazakhstan, as I said already, 3 million hectares. In Uzbekistan, 120,000 hectares is under the conservation agriculture practices. If we use no-till and perennial crops, almost perennial crops are not that till. So that's why we also say that we should use this data for conservation agriculture practices, perennial crops. Okay. With perennial crops in Uzbekistan, we have 490,000 hectares. Next. So limitation of water resources and frequent droughts. This is with this conservation agriculture can help with limitation of water resources and the level of soil fertility. Soil fertility is decreasing. Conservation agriculture can increase this soil fertility through crop rotation system and double cropping. And there is socio-economic factors, strong price fluctuation and population growth, and urbanization. A lot of people are now living to this urban area, but we using conservation agriculture, there is limited, we need a little labor forces. Next. Discussion. Further research in Central Asia is needed. On wheat nutrition, pest and water management, on soil index, density, on fertilizer and irrigation rates, on impact of livelihoods and environment. Where necessary, livestock should be integrated with conservation agriculture system to make results applicable on wider scale. State programs should become more active in conducting research, training, and extension. Next. Well, this is the conclusion. So conservation agriculture preserves soil, enriches soil, prevents formation of soil crust, improves plant growth, higher profits, less fuel consumption, higher yields, less cost. Next. Next. Now we can see that here at once we can use harvest, we can bale the straw, and also we can plant at the same time. This is from Karachi, Pakistan. So we have planted mountain after the winter wheat harvest. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Lubeko. You introduced the problem of the agriculture in Central Asia comprehensively. So now the discussion is open. So are there any questions or comments for his presentations from audience?
Okay. May I give some questions?
Okay, Professor Fuji, please.
Yeah. Very good presentation, and I can understand very well about your conservation agriculture. What kind of cover crop is the most important in your country, or you think most important? Please teach me.
Yeah, there are a lot of cover crops we use. Most of the cover crops we have used this triticale here, triticale, and also the mustard and this field pea or this forage pea. So we have used here. These are the main cover crops which we are using in, not only in Uzbekistan, in all Central Asian countries.
How about legumes, leguminous cover crop? What kind of legume do you use as a cover crop?
So field pea is the legume, and mustard also, and rapeseed.
Okay, field crop, I understand. Thank you so much.
Rapeseed. Okay, thank you very much. So any questions or comments?
Thank you for very interesting presentations and very action program. Say, please, what do you do for program carbon sequestration for carbon agriculture? This is very
Thank you very much, Lazarman. When we say that there is no till, it means this is already we are sequestering carbon. While using tillage, we are losing the carbon. So that's why when we use or we adopt conservation agriculture, we save more carbon. So that's why in this case, now this a lot of, for example, we have this we have a calculation about the saving of carbon in all Central Asian countries. So I can provide you this data. This data is available.
Thank you very much.
Sinkronli tarjima bor, o'zbek tilida ham savol bersanglar bo'laveradi. Rus tilida marhamat.
Is anyone asking the question from the conference room? Okay. So anything else?
Mana shu ko'rsatilgan slaydlardan ma'lum bo'lishicha, sizlar mo'ljallash to'g'risida ham ishlar olib borilganda, hozir eng effektiv mo'ljallash qaysi turi hozir nima desam bo'ladi? Oddiy zamonaviy til bilan aytganda, hozir modada qishloq xo'jaligi.
Endi mo'ljallashda biz doim shu o'simlik qoldiqlari bilan ishlaganmiz mo'ljallashda. Lekin bu yerda o'sha boyagi go'ng yoki bo'lmasa shu plastik qoplamalar, undan tashqari hozir shu nimada shu qitlar bo'yicha foydalanyapti. Lekin aynan shu qishloq xo'jaligida tuproqni himoya qiluvchi va resurs tejovchi texnologiyalarda biz faqat o'simlik qoldig'ini mo'ljal bilan qoldiryapmiz. Va o'simliklarni o'zini ildizi biz o'sha ildiz orqali ham nimani tabiiy shudgor qilyapmiz. Tabiiy shudgor ildiz tizimi orqali bo'lyapti bu texnologiya. Va shu bilan birgalikda ham mulcha o'sha o'simlik qoldiradi.
Okay, thank you very much. So the time is up. So let's move on to the next presentations.
Eng yaxshi o'simlik bu yerda shu bug'doy ko'proq o'zidan somon qoldiradi. Keyin bug'doyga somonni taqsimlab ketish ham oson. Nimaga deganda bizdagi ishlatilayotgan hozirgi paytda O'zbekistondagi barcha kombaynlar bug'doyni nimasini somonini yerga taqsimlab tekislab ketadi. Bu juda ham muhim. Sababi agar o'simlik qoldig'i uyilib ketadigan bo'lsa, u ham ekishda bizga xalaqit berishi mumkin. Shuning uchun ham bug'doyga qoldig'i juda ham yaxshi. Undan tashqari, boya men aytdim, ekma dala no'xat. Ekma dala no'xatini qoldiqlari ham yaxshi. Va shu bilan birgalikda biz yo'ng'ishlarni ham ekib ko'rganmiz. Yo'ng'ishlarni shu to'g'ridan to'g'ri ustiga makkajo'xori ekilgan va u yerda yo'ng'ishga gerbitslarni o'ldirdi. Lekin bu organik qishloq xo'jaligi bo'lmaganligi uchun bu conservation agricultureda bemalol gerbitslar qo'llash mumkin.
Okay, professor.
Moderatorga professor Kapsubaga so'z beramiz. Mariya olmishga so'z berish. Marhamat.
Okay, so professor, thank you very much. So the time is up. So let me move to the next presentations. So thank you very much. So the next presenter is Professor Marija Lomik. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Let
Yes.
me share my
Yes.
presentation.
Yes, please.
Okay,
So the title of the presentation is Assessment and the Evaluation of the Land Potential for Use of Biosolids. Yes, we can see your slides very clearly.
Okay, can you see
Okay,
now?
so please start. Yes.
Oh, thank you, thank you. First of all, I would like to express my warm greets to all the organizers, honorable guests, and all the participants. And thank you for inviting me to participate in this very good, nice, and useful conference. Also, I would like to pass these good wishes from my institution, University of Zagreb, Faculty of Agriculture, Croatia, who is actually co-organizing also this conference. So I would like to talk today a little bit of one method of improving the soil conditions, especially by adding organic matter using biosolids. So I already learned today a lot about the problem of sustainable land management and especially sustainable soil management, especially regarding the loss of organic matter, soil salinization, droughts, reduced water resources. So I will talk a little bit about that. First, at the beginning, I would like just briefly to introduce my institution. It's a University of Zagreb, Faculty of Agriculture, placed in Croatia. And I'm very, very proud that I've been having a few students from Uzbekistan in studying in the international master study in Zagreb. They were excellent students and I still having contacts with them. So I'm very, very sorry I couldn't attend this meeting in person, but hopefully next time will be better. So University of Zagreb is the biggest university in the region, is founded in 1669, and the Faculty of Agriculture is one of the oldest faculties of agriculture also in the region, founded in 1919. So we have all the study programs starting from undergraduate, graduate, postgraduate, and doctoral studies, giving all these courses, lectures, and subjects here. So I won't lose time on such information. So I would like just now to highlight some very important issue regarding the biosolids. So if we talk about biosolids, we can call these in different names, but usually this term is referred to the nutrient rich organic material which is generated during the treatment of domestic wastewater in the wastewater treatment plants during the primary, physical and or chemical, secondary, biological, or tertiary, in addition to secondary, of course, treatment process of the wastewater. So when in this process, we produced sewage sludge, and by stabilization of these products, we can utilize this material afterwards by applying composting, mixing with other materials, or apply some additional treatments. Anyway, when we deal with waste material, there is always a question of security of this material. If they contain some potentially toxic elements, some other harmful substances. So it's very, very important to have very strict and forward, let's say in this way, legislation based for the application of such materials. So this legislation strictness at the national level can be reasonably explained by the different geomorphology or any other natural obstacles or problems or conditions, then mark climatic differences and variability of soil type within the country. So you can have one overall legislation, national legislation, or regional, like we in European Union. Still, you can adopt this legislation even regionally. So I will focus later on one specific area. It's a karst coast area, which is very specific. So we cannot apply an overall legislation, but we should develop very specific legislation regarding the natural conditions. So we come now to the end use of these biosolids or composted waste materials. And the end use varies worldwide and usually is determined by the quantity of the product and the availability options for a beneficial use or disposal. Anyway, biosolids are valuable resource for organic nutrients, for trace elements. So land application appears to be a preferred management option compared to the conventional disposal, usually on dump sites, which is now limited. When we talk about the land application of biosolids, that operating methods and regulatory framework at both international and national levels can be prescribed or regulated or given. Why? First, to ensure and control the proper applications of biosolids, to protect human health. Yeah, anyway, all the material may have substances which may be harmful. Then to protect surface waters and groundwaters. So next, to ensure organic matter to be land applied at high quality and convert waste into a valuable resource, especially by mixing and composting with other organic residues. When we come to the legislation on in the European Union, it's one of the oldest legislation issued already in 1986, and it has well fulfilled its objectives of ensuring the diverse and safe use of the sewage sludge. Anyway, it needs to be revised to meet the new challenges. First of all, here are emerging pollutants like antibiotics, different pharmaceutical residues. Then digitalization is also important to be incorporated into the legislation and also follow the rules of the circular economy. The differences in the legislation strictness at the national level can be reasonably explained by, or I already said, by different geomorphology, by marked climatic differences, and first of all, on the variability of soil type within the country or the region. So I will come now to the region I investigated in my work. It's an Croatian Adriatic coastline. It's a very, very long coastline with a lot of more than 2,000 islands. And in the same time, the area is always have been used in the Mediterranean for the agriculture, first of all, and in last century, tourism is also very developed. So Croatian coastline is a region of exceptional karst landscape, and the main drivers of the regional economy, I already said, is agriculture and tourism. But you can see here how many, how important it is to know, to study the soil types, the different geology is here. It's mostly limestone, and also to protect the coast, the sea near the coast. Here is on the map. You can see where Croatia is placed within the European Union. And the region I investigated is here, the coastal line coming from Italy north, from Istria to Dalmatia, up to Dubrovnik is the southeast, and Montenegro is here. So the population density of the region is rather low. It's only 36.65 inhabitants per square kilometer of land area, but it's a very attractive touristic region, and because of that, a lot of sewage sludge is produced on sewage treatment plants, And this production is every year is growing. Here is the picture of the unpopular touristic place on the south, on Korčula Island. It's a Korčula, and his is Dugi otok, which means long island. Now, most households, industrial and municipal facilities in this region are connected to the wastewater treatment plants. That's very important because of protecting the sea. And wastewater is no more released to the sea without the treatment. So the end-use scheme to solve the problem of increasing production of biosolids has not been yet defined or applied. And unfortunately, we just now are collecting this material and should find the best option to use it in a sustainable way. Here you can see the one wastewater treatment plant located, which is located, you can see very, very close to the coastal line and surrounded with agricultural land. It's mostly vineyards and olive orchards, and it's also some touristic spot very nearby. The second, which are investigated in my work, is located in the southern part, in the middle Dalmatia, more southern. And here is Šibenik region, also located very near the sea. So the region covers around 3,000 square kilometers and population of 100 sorry, inhabitants. So what we would like to know, if we have in the region, how many parcels are suitable to apply biosolids produced on these wastewater treatment plants. So different type of agricultural land use were identified using remotely, so remote sensing. So remote sense data and land parcels database we used. We used a digital soil map to identify a dominant soil type, and the observation site with special reference using GPS, and data was stored in different GIS layers, and can you see here? So laboratory methods for after collecting soil samples are standard methods. So we studied the soil fertility parameters, heavy metals and potentially toxic elements, then some organic toxic compound. We identify soil types. It's mostly rhodic soils or renzina. We call in the Croatian classification, it's mostly renzina and terra rossa. Then data were processed, thematic soil maps were generated with the geostatistical analysis extensive or ArcGIS, and the legislation to discuss or to see if the land is good or for the application of biosolids. We followed European standards and the legislation on the national level. Anyway, when we came to the field, then you can see here how many parcels are here. These parcels are all in different land use, from perennial mixed crops or orchard, olive groves, reclaimed vineyards, then some traditional vineyards, cart pastures, meadows, greenhouses, arable land, and some other land use. But first of all, you can see here that application of biosolids produced from the wastewater plants is almost impossible. But but we did an inventarization regarding the agricultural land categories, land areas covered by this, by any specific category, and number of parcels. What we found is the olive groves, which potentially can be used for the application of biosolids. All this land is divided into more than 14,000 parcels. After that, let's say perennial crops only on 258, or vineyards are divided into almost 7,000 parcels. And average size of the parcel is only 0.65 hectares. So that's a great limiting factor to for the application of the biosolids. It's not only the only concern is the quantity, material, and everything, but also the quality of the biosolids produced. So these biosolids may contain heavy metals and other toxic, potentially toxic elements. So we studied how much of all of these elements was contained in the material, and found that mean value of cadmium content is 1.52 milligram per kilogram. You know that even this concentration is high, but you should know that that soils developed on limestone usually contain much higher concentration of cadmium comparing to other geologies. Also, mean copper concentration was higher because it was 96 ppms, but also due to, it's due to application of copper-based fungicides in protection of vineyards. And the high chromium concentration also is an intrinsic properties of heavier texture soils, such as terra rossa appearance in the study area, and some high lead concentrations appeared on a particular site is usually related to some human activities. Here it's a military facility and maybe associated with ammunition use or disposal. So after we reduced all this or removed all the land which cannot be suitable for biosolids application, we came to the area of 6,000 hectares, which can be on which biosolids can be applied, but still we have a problem with the number of parcels and different landowners, because all this land is privately owned. It's more than 26,000 parcels. So I'm coming now to a bit of discussion, so that I showed you the methodology of assessment of potential of land for the biosolids application. And efficient land use depends primarily on land availability and also on soil quality. So the land use inventory undoubtedly plays an important role in comprehensive planning and can be used to distinguish spontaneous or natural drivers of land use change from those stimulated by public policies. So the priority target pollutants in biosolids used in agriculture may depend on several specific conditions, such as the regional activities, socioeconomical conditions, and demography, industrial end use, and climate. Then properties of receiving soil, then land geomorphology and hydrology, because you know that the karst region are very specific regarding the hydrology, and the connectivity between the surface and topsoil with the groundwater is very, very fast. So recently open and now re-evaluation of the EU sewage sludge directive is expected to make progress in addressing new contaminants in biosolids, as well as the management options to reduce environmental harm, especially regarding some pharmaceutical residues and microplastics. So which are the main challenges in this coastal region? I will be, maybe I already, I'm too long already. So first of all, you already mentioned it's a general problem, in a global problem, is the soil organic carbon contest. So in Mediterranean region, we have very low organic matter content in soils, even less of 1 or 2%. So organic matter comprises a wide range of pools and indicates the quality of potential turnover rates of soil organic matter pools add great value to the soil knowledge of the soil organic matter content of soil. So the decrease in soil organic matter content in the soils of the Mediterranean region can be related to the number of drivers. So this may be current dynamic rural transformation and continuous and intensive depopulation, followed by high rate of land and farm abandonment, because many people in the region rather go to work in tourism or other industries than staying in agriculture anymore, unfortunately. Maybe it's more money in tourism than it's agriculture. So you can see here the concentration of nutrients in stabilized sewage sludge produced in Croatian wastewater plants. It's a mean value for the whole country. And with regard to the nutrient level, phosphorus content is especially interesting because this can be an alternative to phosphorus fertilizers. But still we have a problem in this region because biochar reduced phosphorus mobility due to high sorption in amendment terra rossa and resina substrate by rising the pH, and I won't go into details here. So I'm coming now for some conclusions. So because soils vary across the landscape, each soil type contains unique trace element concentration based on its parent material and other soil forming factors that may have added or removed these elements from the soil. Then concentration of certain heavy metals in soil in the dynamic curve, in particular cadmium, chromium, and nickel, are inherently higher of the average for soil in general. In soil amendment with the sewage sludge biochar, the bioavailability of soil metals decreases due to the rise of soil pH and by sorption to the biochar surface. In karst catchments, groundwater and surface water are hydraulically connected by numerous karst features, which can increase the risk of contaminant transport from soil to groundwater, surface water, and lacustrine sediment, or even coastal marine sediments. So soil pH is a key variable in the distribution of heavy metal distribution in biosolids applied soils. In addition, low rainfall and high evapotranspiration and very often droughts can lead to metal accumulation in the first few centimeters of soil. Organic matter also play an important role in the retention of heavy metals in the soil surface horizon. Here, you can see that the regional approaches in biosolid management in the Mediterranean Cat region must be applied based on the uniqueness of landforms, hydrogeomorphology and climatic conditions, soil types, and land use. So you can see here that the surface is very rough the steep slopes are steep, and you can find here complex fracture matrix system, which creates also complex pathways and velocity of solute migration. These two photos shows the traditional very small parcels built in the stone. Here in these small patches, you can see vineyards or some olive orchards. But here on this on this other photo is the reclaimed karst. So it's the area produced by crushing stones and by heavy machinery. So they produce very large parcels which can be used for applying of biosolids, but not here, because all these parcels are owned by different owners, or it's very, very difficult to even to come here to do this agriculture in this specific place. So thank you very much for your attention. Here is the short graphical abstract of this work. So we have first to investigate the quality of biosolids. Then we have to carry out a land use inventory using different tools, which we applied, remote sensing, digital mapping, and all these. And then, based on the criteria given by legislation, we assess the suitability of the land for application, and we can propose biosolids management system which will be sustainable in such an sensitive or naturally sensitive region. Okay, thank you. I hope I didn't much did much of your time. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Professor Romy. Yes, I think we received very useful information on the possibilities and the challenges of biosolids. In particular, it was very interesting to me to see how biosolid could be used more efficiently. And I felt that the use of GIS information has great potential. So, but I'm sorry, but with time so short, I would like to take only a few questions from the audience. Any questions or comments? From the conference room or
there's no question.
Online?
Maybe I was. Actually, the region is much different, but still the problems are the same. No water resources, land degradation, intensive desertification, because Mediterranean problem with climate change in Mediterranean is very similar to the problems in the Central Asia.
So I personally think that it is very big challenges to produce the biosolid with a stable quality. So is there any, do you have any opinion about that? The quality of the biosolid affects?
The quality of biosolids, what we do now, if we use biosolids from the sewage sludge, then we should mix it with the material, organic material by composting to reduce the potentially concentration of potentially harmful elements to be built in the biosolids. But still, we should use this material because it has a great potential, especially in organic matter content.
So any other questions from the audience? If no, thank you very much, Professor Lomik. It was very interesting.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so let me move to the next presentation. So the next speaker is Professor Amir Kassam from the University of Reading. So could you please share your slides? So the title of his presentation is Nature Conservation Agriculture, the Future of Agriculture.
Can you see my?
No, not yet.
So how do I mean,
I can hear you clearly, but I cannot see your slides.
No, how do I've pressed the share screen, and now, is that coming through? No?
Not yet. Shofkat, could you please help him?
You cannot start screen share while. Oh, sorry. It says
Lomik-san,
it said that somebody else is sharing the screen.
Professor Lomik, you still share your screen. So please stop sharing. Professor Lomik, can you hear me? Can you stop sharing your slides? Professor Lomik.
My apologies.
Okay, so probably now you can share your slides, Professor Kassam. Okay, it's coming. Okay, now we can see your slides. So please start your presentation.
All right. I need to thank you, Chairman. I'm very, very happy to be participating in this important conference, and I begin with offering my sincere thank you to the organizers and some of the colleagues who have been communicating with me, like Professor Aziz Nurbekov and Shokat as well. And I'm grateful for this opportunity. I will be presenting a story about the revolution which is going on in the world, which is transforming agriculture away from the dominant degrading intensive tillage agriculture into a system which we call conservation agriculture. And I am grateful to Professor Nurbekov for having given you a pretty good introduction to conservation agriculture and what it can do in Uzbekistan, but also in Central Asia. And I will present what has been happening globally. It is a global revolution which is going on. And my, of course, aim is for everybody to understand that this system has been going on now for 50 to 60 years, and everybody should become fully familiar with it and line up behind it institutionally and as well as individually everywhere. At the moment, this revolution is now already covering more than 100 countries which are reporting areas of conservation agriculture, and it's moved towards 15% of the total cropland area are now under conservation agriculture. And I am going to talk about this in the context of sustainability and profitability of farming. Now, do I okay, I will cover three areas, this global revolution, and I'm purposely calling this a global revolution with conservation agriculture, and also the key lessons which this revolution has offered, and then looking ahead to 2050. It is a land use transformation, and I'm purposely calling it a global revolution because of the following reasons. Number one, after 50 years, the global conservation agriculture community of practice, which has got thousands and thousands of members in the network, it is a global network, have put together 3 volumes of books and they were published last year and this year. Volume 1 is Systems and Science. Volume 2 is on Practice and Benefits. And Volume 3 is Adoption and Spread. Some 300 stakeholders, colleagues have come together to do this. And this is a colossal achievement. You cannot do this unless there is adequate science knowledge base already available to be able to put it together. And this is a global contribution to the global community and to all of us who are trying to help transform away from the degrading agriculture into something which is more sustainable, regenerative and profitable, and it is contributing not just to the farmers but to the society as a whole in terms of the food system, which is also statistics. It started, this transformation started in the 30s after the Dust Bowl, which of course most of us have heard about, that devastated the Midwest of America. And dust from the Midwest ended up in the Atlantic Oceans in New York and on the East Coast of America. And that really devastated vast areas of farmland which were being given to settlers who were colonizing America, actually. But anyway, America set up one of the largest soil and water conservation program, and that then led to what we call a basket of practices, which was named conservation tillage. And soon, around 60s, farmers began to realize that there was nothing conservation about tillage. And also plowing was being questioned by Edward Faulkner, for example, who wrote a book about plowman's folly. And then a book was written by a farmer and extension agronomist in the 60s. And by that time, no-till farming began to spread in North America, and then it went to South America in Brazil in the 70s. And from there on, it started spreading into other countries in South America. And by 1990, it took off. And since then, it has been basically spreading globally. And in 2008, about 100 champions from the international community promoting no-till agriculture, conservation agriculture, met in Rome and essentially established a global network and a global plan of action. Conservation agriculture, as you heard from Professor Nurbekov, are any systems which are underpinned by application of 3 interconnected practices of no or minimum soil disturbance through no-till, biomass covering the soil surface through return of biomass, cover crops and stubbles, and then a diversified cropping system, as diversified as you can make it, and still remain economically profitable and market responsive. Those underpinning pillars are now being installed in the conservation agriculture farms, and we have now reached a point in 2019. We found that globally 102 countries were already reporting conservation agriculture, and there was 205 million hectares in all the continent where agriculture is practiced. 10 years before that, the area was around 105, about 7% of global cropland, and 36 countries were reporting on conservation agriculture. So you can see an enormous shift in that last 10 years. And in the last 10 years, the transformation has been expanding at the rate of 10 million hectares per annum. That is the size of Portugal. The whole size of Portugal is transforming every year. And we all must now really become educated about conservation agriculture. In 2008, only 4% of the agricultural land area was covered by conservation agriculture in Europe, Asia, and Africa. But 10 years later, it has quadrupled and it occupies 16% of the area now of global conservation agriculture. So Europe and Asia and Africa are making progress. And we heard about Kazakhstan. Also Uzbekistan has almost got 650 hectares, which is now almost coming close to no-till agriculture under irrigated farming. Globally, some 75% of the CA areas are under large and medium size holding, but also 25% now are under smallholders. The 25% of the area under smallholders are occupied by 30 million farmers. So it is a big contribution to smallholders as well. But large-scale farmers who have 155 million hectares, they only constitute less than 500,000 farmers. But anyway, now the half of the area is in the developing world. This is not a north-south transfer of technology. In fact, the north is learning from the south most of the time. And half of it is in the north, global north, and half of the area is in the global south. Because the problem now we are facing are global. Degradation is global, climate change is global, profitability is being lost globally, soil erosion is happening globally, we are degrading our water system globally. So these are, and agriculture is the biggest polluter of all these natural resources. At the regional level, you can see the data that while North and South America and Australia are leading in terms of the area, 83 million, 66 million, 23 million, and also in terms of global percentage. But in terms of change over the last 10 years, for example, you're talking about 32%, 169%, 70%, Africa 260, but I'm sorry. In the last 10 years, the biggest changes have occurred in Russia, Ukraine, Europe, Asia, and Africa. And you can see the large percentages. But globally, in the last 10 years, the change has been 93%, almost doubling the area. And we've now got 15% of global cropland under reasonably good quality conservation agriculture. At the national level, you can see, and we have published many papers, but recently we have published a paper giving up-to-date statistics country by country. But here, for example, in the Latin America, West Asia, Eurasia, South Asia, East Asia, Africa, you have these countries which are in the so-called developing world and are making big headways. Brazil is second in the league table, followed by Argentina. America is still the first, almost similar to Brazil. But then there are Iran, Syria, Turkey. Russia has got 6 million, I think. Ukraine also 800,000. Kazakhstan more than 3 million now. Uzbekistan, as I said, it's about to offer a big area. India has got about 5 million. Pakistan 1.3 million. China 9 million hectares are already under conservation agriculture. 50% of South Africa's agricultural land is under no-till, and 25% is under CA. Zambia, Mozambique, Ghana, Morocco, these are all in Africa making good progress. And of course in North America, Europe, and Australia, we have these countries which are showing tremendous progress. And in Europe, UK, Spain, Italy, Romania, Poland have shown major strides in the last 10 years. So what are we learning from this revolution? there are many, many lessons, absolutely many lessons, and there are so many advantages. So each advantage is a lesson how to harness that particular benefit. But overall, in terms of broad-based general lessons, I have pulled out 4 to 5. One is that the 3 conservation agriculture principles are universally applicable in all agricultural land, whether they are irrigated or rain-fed, organic or non-organic, perennial system or annual system. These are all showing that they can use CA principles in combination and develop a resilient system which is continuously improving everything, not just the soil, but also the growing environment for the crop. Pest dynamics are also improved. All those things are being improved, and our natural resources are being regenerated and conserved. And our water cycling starts operating properly. Our nutrient cycling begins to function properly. The carbon cycle, which is at the heart of the whole thing, begins to finally function properly as well. And second lesson is that the CA farming systems are ecologically sustainable and multifunctional. Ecologically sustainable and multifunctional. And by ecologically, I mean that finally the environment plant interactions or environment and organism interactions under conservation agriculture system are ecologically optimal. Everything is ecology, but of course you have bad ecology as well. But under CA you have positive ecology happening in every direction. And secondly, that we begin to get multifunctional agriculture, so that the fields are related to farm as a whole, the farms are related to adjoining farms and landscape, and the landscape is related to the whole watershed, and watersheds are connected to other watersheds, and you begin to have a regional performance linked to watershed performance, linked to farm performance, and they are all delivering societal ecosystem services. So that is what we are learning. Then 3 is CA is the foundation of ecosystem services at the landscape level. And this is where we have destroyed our landscape, because we have been destroying our large-scale cycling of water, large-scale cycling of nutrients, and of course the carbon cycle, and we have devastated our biodiversity and so forth. And again, in that multifunctionality performance, we can begin to say that finally we can begin to deliver regulated water in our river system. The groundwater can be charged fully because we have maximum infiltration. We do not have runoff, and we have minimum erosion. We are not contaminating our water bodies, and we are not creating dead zones in the sea and in our lakes. And all that ecosystem services at the landscape level is extremely important, and most countries haven't even begun to understand how to begin to manage them. But conservation agriculture landscapes begin to offer solutions. And because of these 3, the 4th lesson, we in the community of practice, we can say that conservation agriculture is a valid alternative paradigm for sustainable agriculture and land use. And we must start challenging the corporate agriculture, which is now basically killing our environment chemically, and it is killing our soils mechanically, and it is destroying our biodiversity and our pest dynamics and predator dynamics, and everything is being destroyed. And we really need a valid alternative paradigm. And this applies to all landscapes, all land use, including organic as well. Lastly, the lesson we've learned is that we now begin to can formulate what are the sufficient conditions for scaling, and scaling the adoption, but also mainstreaming. And I draw the difference between the adoption and the scaling of adoption, which is farmers doing their new innovative farming through adopting new technologies. But mainstreaming Mainstreaming is something much more than adoption. Mainstreaming is to do with all the managers and policymakers and institutional directors who sit in offices and make decisions. And if they don't understand agriculture and land use properly, they are basically promoting the continuation of the disastrous agriculture which we have. And so we now begin to say that we are beginning to understand what are the sufficient conditions for not only adoption, but mainstreaming CA. And I urge all the institutional directors to get modern and understand the new agriculture and get away from that irrelevant education which we are offering in our universities and replace it with the new agricultural, land-based, ecological, science-based information which we now have on conservation agriculture. The last lesson, I want to spend a little bit of time on this. The 5 critical criteria of coordinated success, even at the adoption level, because you don't want just 1 or 2 farmers adopting it. You want every farmers to get the benefit at the widest possible level. And so we need to become real here. Number 1 is that we need the presence of champions and pioneer farmers everywhere, in every country, and champion institutions. Most of our institutions are asleep, dormo, almost dead, I'm sorry. And they are using up vast resources from the nations, and they are doing very little. They're not even challenging the degrading agriculture. But we need champions now at the institutional level. We need champion institutional leaders. And the countries where conservation agriculture has moved far ahead has got these characteristics: champion farmers, pioneer farmers, champion leaders, champion institutions. Number 2, we need presence of farmers and their communities coming together to form powerful farmer organizations for proactive actions and greater self-reliance. Please, in the 30s and 40s, we were all everywhere. Industrial countries were working with cooperatives. Everywhere we had cooperatives, farmers were working together. And these were all destroyed because of this capitalist neoliberal competitive system. And we basically have taken a model of capitalism which is destroying our legs and our land base and our habitats. So we need, number 2, the presence of farming communities to come together. And if you look at Brazil, or if you look at America, we have hundreds and hundreds of no-till farm associations. And they come together and they do everything themselves, and they order the private sector that this is what we want. And they tell the researchers, look, this is what research we want. And we have a stupid situation. Researchers think that they can tell the farmers what is best for the farmers. And these researchers have never done any farming in their lives. So we need farmers themselves now driving the change and transformation, and asking the researchers, extension, and academics to follow them and align themselves behind them and work together, and tell the private sector that these are the new equipment and new machinery we need, and tell the policymakers that we have the solutions. Come and see. Number 3, we now need the presence of education, research, innovation systems supported by new communication technology that have aligned themselves to promoting the new paradigm. If you go to Brazil, you have whole universities which are basically talking about no-till agriculture in every direction, not just one little course. You have in Spain, for example, University of Cordoba, the whole campus teaches nothing else but conservation agriculture. All the research being done is on conservation agriculture. So we need basically education and research and innovation system to support the new paradigm at all levels. Number 4, the presence of governance and local and national governance that creates policies and opportunities and institutional support for CA paradigm change. Here, more work has to be done in all the countries, but it is happening now. Countries like South Africa, Namibia, even China now, they have now national policy for CA, and they are going for a paradigm change based on CA. And number five, we have to bring into the whole system, in the food system, not just the agricultural system. That's not enough to service the society and the planet. We need healthy community, we need healthy food, and we need healthy society. So we better get together with the private sector, civil society, and the public sector at large to basically start getting the full benefit, not just at the production level, but also at the sustainable food system level for healthy human beings and a healthy planet. These are the things which we have learned. And finally, I would like to spend a little bit time, 2-3 slides, looking ahead. The 8th World Congress on Conservation Agriculture was held in June 2021. It was attended by 800 people from more than 70 countries. And many of you probably didn't even know about it, but the next one is in South Africa. I urge all of you to attend that conference, all of you. This is the only group in the world which is doing anything serious about sustainable agriculture and sustainable land use. And you have to believe people who are doing conservation agriculture. They can show you evidence on the field themselves. But please get real. And we have very little time left. And we have this 8th World Congress, and we've been doing World Congresses for the last 20 years now. And the next one is in 2024 in South Africa. All of you, please attend and make your presentations there. They decided last June to increase CA cropland area to 50% of the total cropland area, which means by 2050, which is 700 million hectares. And this requires that the annual rate of change be increased to 15 million hectares per annum. At the moment, it's 10 million hectares. And they have offered six areas to all the countries in the world. Please support these 6 areas. And I would like to just quickly show you what are the 6 areas, and then I will finish. One is catalyzing the formation of additional farmer-run CA groups in countries and regions. All the regions now have CA network, but we want sub-regional networks, and every nation should have a CA network. And this will automatically, I think, will help to change the rate of adoption to 15 million hectares per annum, and every country should be participating. Number 2, greatly speeding up the innovation and mainstreaming of growing array of truly sustainable CA-based technologies. Some of the technologies Professor Nurbekov was showing to you, but there are incredible technologies. Professor Fuji asked about cover crops. We have now hundreds of cover crops. In Africa, we have desmodium, we have mucuna, we have cotolaria, we have so many cover crops. We have, of course, hairy vetch and red clover and many, and also non-legume cover crops. And we have multi-purpose cover crop, which also give food, like lab bean, pigeon peas. We have many of those now, which are entering into the system of conservation agriculture and making it very resilient. But we also need CA mechanization. CA mechanization is very important, and it uses very little capital investment, and the machine lasts long. But we need to train our extension workers to understand mechanization.
I'm sorry, but could you please wrap up your presentation in 2 minutes?
Okay. Thirdly, embedding. Okay, I will. But embedding CA community in the main global effort, which are also trying to shift to sustainable food and governance system, and assuring farmers are rewarded for their ecosystem services, and mobilizing institutional support, which I've talked about, but 75% of our universities should be offering degrees in CA. And finally, building public awareness of steps being taken by the CA community globally. I think finally, this is my last slide. I thank all of you, all the colleagues, and Uzbekistan is championing CA at the national level, Kazakhstan, and many of these champions are moving forward the transformation. And I salute all my colleagues who are participating in this conference internationally. Thank you very much. And anybody wanting to join the community of practice, please write to me or write to Nurbekov or anybody. Thank you very much.
Okay, Professor Kassam, thank you very much for your very, very passionate presentation. So I think you introduced us the importance of conservation agriculture and its global deployment. Especially, I think the elements required for technology diffusion were very impressive to me. So with time so short, I would like to take a few questions from the audience. Any questions or comments? Okay, Professor.
May I ask some questions?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Amir Kassam. You a good, nice presentation, and you know very well about the leguminous cover crops. I was in Oklahoma State University, and I studied a little bit about those. And you know very well about the leguminous cover crops. So please support allelopathic leguminous cover crop. And what is your recommendation for this for this region in Uzbekistan countries as a cover crop?
Well, as Professor Nurbekov said, for that region, heritage works quite well. You know, heritage is a great. Clovers are great, but they also are introducing multi-purpose cover crop like mung bean and lucerne is a great great cover crop. But they have to find more cover crops in their areas, so if you have any. We have written 2 booklets on cover crops and for subtropics as well, and also for orchards. Orchards, you know, for example, in the tropics, mukuna are doing wonders in orchards and in plantations in, for example, Southeast Asia. Mukuna is pumping in 250, 300 kilogram of nitrogen per year into, and they are going for zero budget plantation farming, mainly with cover crops as well. So, but for this Central Asia, Middle East, and I find that they have to discover more cover crops, but they have enough already. And I think vetch is a great one for orchards as well. Anyway, clover. There are several legumes in bean crops are also can be used, and I was very impressed with how you showed why the allelopathic effects are coming through these cover crops, and very nice work.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You know very well, and I'd like to talk to you more about this. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kassam. So with that, let me move to the next presentation. Anyway, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
So the next presenter is Professor Elena Shamilkova. Are you here?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. So could you please, okay, Professor Kassam, please stop sharing the presentation. Your slide. Okay. So can you share your slides?
Do you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see your presentation clearly. So could you please start your presentation? Thank you for your coming. And the title is Eurosoran as a part of the Global Soil Laboratory Network. Okay, please start.
Dear colleagues, first of all, let me thank the organizing committee for the opportunity to make the oral presentation. The selected topics of the conference are relevant for modern soil science. It's a great honor for me to participate in this conference. Добрый день, дорогие коллеги. The topic of my report is Jerusalem as a part of the Global Soil Laboratory Network. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. As you well know, soil is a vital part of natural environment and resource that provides 95% of the world's population with food. Soils give living space as well as perform ecosystem functions necessary to supplement the inhabitants of the planet of a clean water, climate regulation, and biodiversity conservation. Today, World Soil Science has a number of national schools which differ in principle of soil diagnostics, methodology of study, and research methods. The diversity of schools has historically been caused by the following reasons. The first, the independent development of soil science in individual countries. The second, the wide choice of soils. And third is the uneven distribution of soils on the Earth's surface. The growth of global problems requires the consolidation of efforts of soil scientists of the inter-world scientific community. In 2011, in interactive network, the Global Soil Partnership GSP was created under Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations. The GSP implements various programs through technical thematic networks. I'll name them: Global Soil Laboratory Network, International Network of Black Soils, Network of Fertilizer Analysis, Network of Salt Affected Soils, Soil Information Institutions, and Soil Biodiversity. Information about these activities of this network, I think, will be interest of many of you. I invite you to find out more details at the link. And finally, the youngest network, International Network of Soil Pollution, its launch of network will be in 10 days. We will talk about GLOSSAL in more detail. The Global Network of Soil Laboratory interacts with the network. Other networks, for example, INFA works within GLOSSAL. INFA was created to increase the capacity of laboratories in the field of fertilizer analysis and the harmonization on fertilizer quality standard. The Global Network of Soil Laboratory was established in 2017 to harmonize methods and data of soil laboratories, as well as to build the capacity of laboratories in the field of soil analysis. Main areas of work: harmonization of standard operating procedures, training of the implementation of GLOSSAL SOAPs, training of safety and health, execution of external quality control, professional testing, training of execution of internal quality control, training of equipment use, maintenance of purchasing, establishment of donation system, harmonization of fertilizers analysis procedure, and spectroscopy. I would like to elaborate on the last point. So spectroscopy is permitting new tool. Dry chemistry can help the overcoming the difficulty that arise when using different methods of wet chemistry. The potential of spectral technology is soil mapping and monitoring is great as it is fast, cost-effective, environmentally friendly, non-destructive, reproducible, and repeatable. For the first time since the discovery of this technology, institutions and experts from around the world are now joining efforts. It is important to use this technology to support decision-making of soil potential globally. On this slide, you can see the GLOSSAL structure. A separate fragment is the governance of a global network. It consists of chairman and vice chair, coordination, as well as commissions and working group. In the Glossaland system, countries are organized into regional soil laboratory networks, RESOLANS, as regions according to the FAO classification. On the 1st of March, 801 laboratories were registered on the network. The lowest network level of Glossaland is represented by NASOLAN, the National Soil Laboratory Network, a network at the country level. Each country has one national reference laboratory. This laboratory creates its own national network and manages its activities. How to establish a NASOLAN? Step 1, identify the coordinations, regional reference labs, and create a web page. Then identify the participants, soil experts, and invite them to register with Glossaland. Step 3, take inventory to methods to determine chemical, physical, and biological parameters, make a matrix of soil properties of NASOLAN members, and exchange information online. I'm sorry. You can find out more about the laboratories registered in Glossaland by viewing the interactive map at the link. Here you can see the main events of the past year. Global PT was carried out for such parameters as soil organic matter, available phosphorus, total nitrogen. About 230 laboratories from 106 countries took part in professional tests. New training and videos have been prepared. Coordination of new soap on soil was carried out in cooperation with other networks. The global assessment of soil laboratories 2021 has been carried out. Support was provided for the creation of NASOLANs. Glossaland is doing its best to keep its web page updated and available in the 6 official languages. Each page contains often asked questions and detailed information on how activities are implemented. For example, the site has information about the measurement of soil organic carbon by weight chemistry. By clicking on the link, you can find the source of 2 methods of the dichromatic measurement of organic carbon, Turin and Walkie Black. There are also links to video training of these methods, as well as information received from participating laboratories about the safety of procedures and their cost. There are similar sections on other soil parameters. Let me tell you more about professional tests. This is important aspects in Glossaland's activities. Sets of soil samples are being prepared for PT. Each samples contain 10 grams of homogenized soil material. Laboratories that will participate in Glossaland are selected based on criteria such as geographical balance, one laboratory in each country, a set of parameters that interested laboratory can measure, and available analysis methods. Participating laboratories are invited to analyze samples for the specified soil parameters. No replicas, else all samples should be analyzed only once. Laboratories should not use all soil materials for just one analysis. Recommendation of the amount of soil used for each analysis are given in the PT instruction. Results should be submitted using the Glossaland PT submission platforms. Glossalan intensively helps laboratory to purchasing new equipment. The equipment is provided only to those laboratories which do not have a significant need for training. The new equipment will have a significant impact on the obtaining high quality results if, first of all, Glossalan take care of right laboratory practice. The European and Eurasian of soil laboratories, Eurosalan was established 2.5 years ago in Chisinau, Moldova. You can see the continuous growth of a number of Eurosalan laboratories. The regional network is represented by laboratories from 41 countries, including Uzbekistan. The tasks of Eurosalan are presented of detail here. In fact, they correspond with the task of Glossalan, taking into account their regional specifics. Additionally, I would like to note such points. Overcoming language barriers между Eurosalan countries, receive experience in the preparation on various Glossalan products, assisting in the development of analytical methods, the development of new parameters, weight and drag chemistry, laboratory equipment, quality control, and conducting comparative studies to harmonize SOP at a national level. One chair to the vice chair and steering committee to coordinate the network and lead the implementation of the Eurosalan work plan. Maria, chairman, has already a report. At the moment, 3 Eurosalan meetings have been held. The objective of the annual meeting includes revise work plan according to the needs to the laboratories and the region, make a proposal to be submitted to Glossalan, and monitor of the status of the laboratory and the Glossalan in the region. On this slide, you can see a list of laboratories in the Uzbekistan registered by Glossalan. This is a good start for the formation of national network. I invite our laboratories of Uzbekistan to register on the global network. The expansion of the list will create a national network of soil laboratories. So, I'm sorry. So, what does a well-functioning network mean? A well-functioning network provides interstate cooperation in the field of soil analysis by overcoming common problems. The main problems are insufficiently coordinated analytical procedures adopted by laboratories and the lack of correct equipment. A well-functioning network provides knowledge about best practice and application of evidence technologies, performs quality control, adopts guidelines of occupational health and safety. This applies to different laboratories, countries, and regions. I hope that I was able to show that efforts spent of working at Glossalan contributes to the beneficial development of all network participants. A laboratory of any status will be able to find its place and implementation in embeds for its own development. For example, working at Glossalan gave the Institute of Biology, which I represent, to become a national laboratory. Now we are ready to open national network of soil laboratories. The official launch of Glossalan will take place on April 29. I will feature all the laboratories of our country registered with Glossalan. The laboratory will tell you about the availability of equipment, competences, and capabilities. Special attentions will be paid of the national laboratory, national reference laboratory, An online tour of NATS lab offices will be held. We invite all interested parties. In addition, our team has opened a new promotion niche of scientific research of the harmonized of soil study methods used on different regions. With the support of Glossalan, we have agreed on 3 methods for measuring of the soil organic carbon: dry combustion, the Volke Black method, and the Turing method. The results of study are published in scientific journal. Now we are harmonizing other methods of soil analysis: particle size distribution, exchangeable cations, and others. I invite potential laboratories to join the Glossalan. And we will be glad to see you in Syktyvkar. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Professor Shamil-Kaur, thank you very much for your presentation. So you introduced us about the Global Soil Laboratory Network. So any questions from audience? Yeah, the establishment of such global network is very significant. Any questions?
Question in the audience.
Conference. Okay, please.
Аудитория сауал берселерин болот.
Большое спасибо, уважаемая Елена Шамбикова. Мы работу Глоссалана очень сильно ощущаем. Мы постоянно получаем приглашения для учения тренингов, получения новых знаний на условиях глобализации. Даже из-за того, что у нас не унифицированные методы, мы не можем, может быть, публиковаться в хороших международных журналах. Поэтому то, что вы делаете, очень-очень ценно для нас. У меня вот один вопрос есть. У нас в Узбекистане почвы карбонатные. И вот когда карбонатные почвы, иногда не засоленные особенно, там нужны специальные методы определения углерода. Например, общепринятые Тюрина методы уже здесь не очень подходят. Метод Кноппа раньше использовался, а сейчас как вот международный опыт, как для нас это очень важно. Спасибо заранее.
Спасибо, да, вы совершенно верно подметили, что, конечно, работа Глоссалан очень серьезна и очень важна и актуальна, потому что существуют разные школы, и действительно невозможно составлять общие базы данных, невозможно генерировать, невозможно картировать все эти материалы, которые были получены за вековой период. И поэтому эта работа очень важна, и поиск передаточных функций, это все очень важно. И вы все совершенно верно подметили. Если же говорить о том вопросе, второй вопрос, который вы задали относительно карбонатных почв. У нас вот в нашей лаборатории, я вас еще раз приглашаю на открытие Русалан, где будет как раз таки экскурсия по нашей национальной лаборатории проведена. Мы действуем таким образом. Во-первых, мы измеряем общий углерод на анализаторе, на CNS-анализаторе. А во-вторых, у нас есть прибор для измерения неорганического углерода, для измерения карбоната кальция, количества. Это так называемый кальциметр, объемно-метрический метод. И потом мы органический углерод определяем по разности. Это первое, что можно сказать. А во-вторых, у нас сейчас готовится статья, в которой мы показываем, что метод Тюрина на самом деле дает неплохие результаты по измерению органического углерода в карбонатных почвах, в том числе и высококарбонатных, потому что изменение углерод в карбонатных, в неорганический углерод в составе карбонатов, он имеет высшую степень окисления, и он не подвергается окислению хромовой смесью, и поэтому он не оказывает мешающего действия на определение органического углерода. Это будет отдельная статья. Вы, пожалуйста, напишите мне, мы будем вам показывать те наши наработки, и я думаю, что это может способствовать каким-то взаимным совместным исследованиям в перспективе.
Уважаемая Елена, я помню, где-то несколько месяцев назад вы были, Мария Конешкова были в Узбекистане, проводили обучение. К сожалению, я в это время была в больнице, я не смогла активно участвовать, но была очень рада этому событию. вот какие-то сборники, вот, чтобы мы в учебном процессе могли использовать, есть у вас?
Ну, я думаю, что, во-первых, если можно найти, но только на английском языке много материалов готовится и опубликуется на самом сайте Глаз-Талант. Ну и, конечно, это статьи, скорее вот таким образом, через научные статьи, в том числе в журнале «Почвоведение», она выйдет на русском языке в 7-м номере, там очень так компактно собран материал. Я думаю, что мы можем просто взаимодействовать по электронной почте, и это будет обогащением взаимным. Так что давайте...
Возможно, хотя бы такое, или методическое пособие сделать, чтобы легче было использовать в учебном процессе, а мы бы перевели на узбекский язык тоже, и на татарский.
Да, это прекрасная идея.
Я думаю, может быть, будет результатом сегодняшней конференции одним из результатов. Видимо, это постановление получит такое дело. Спасибо большое.
Okay, so the time is up. So I would like to close this presentation. So Professor Shamrikova, thank you very much for your presentation.
Всего доброго.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I apologize for the delay due to my poor organization. So I will be a moderator again tomorrow. So I will do my best to keep things running on time. So now I would like to now hand over the moderator to Professor Lomik. Are you be here, Professor Lomik?
I'm here, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. So now it's your time.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me. I didn't get the.
Oh, sure, but you didn't give.
Professor
okay.
Rovic, you are moderator for the next presenters.
Anyway, so Professor Arisha Mirzabia. So anyway, could you please prepare for your presentation?
Yeah,
and Shofkat, could you please send Professor Lomik about the schedule of the?
Yeah, I already sent.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you see and hear? Can you see my screen?
And right clearly and hear you clearly. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for. First of all, let me thank all the organizers of this exciting and very important conference for both organizing this event and also for inviting me to speak in this panel. Before I go to the presentation itself, let me say a few words about the University of Bonn, where I work. So it is founded in 1818, so almost more than 200 years now. It's one of the best, most distinguished and well-networked research universities in the world, and it's one of the 11 German universities of excellence. So there are more than 6,500 researchers here. 600 professors, more than 35,000 students, many of whom coming from abroad, from different countries of the world, and about 200 degree programs in at bachelor level, at master level, at PhD level. And among these, also there are many well-known faculties in the universities, and as I could also say that we have one of the best agricultural faculties in Europe. I know there are a lot of young colleagues also participating in this conference, students. So for them, I can say that there are a lot of opportunities to continue your education at master level or at PhD level in here at this university, different scholarship opportunities. So a lot of opportunities through something called DAAD, probably you know. So German Academic Exchange, through Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, through Argelander Scholarship. So there are, the impression I want to give is that there are so many opportunities that you can follow and then continue your education in many different countries. And it also concerns not only education, but also research collaborations, joint research projects. So if you have any ideas, please send me an email. We are very much open and highly welcome research collaborations. Now, coming back to the topic of my presentation today, it's about the cost of food, the true cost of food and how it relates to land degradation. We got the idea throughout this, the presentations today that land and soils are very important for many diverse reasons. And they're also very important for sustainable development. Healthy soils, fertile land is essential for eradicating hunger in the world, for reducing poverty, for increasing access to clean and affordable energy. Carbon sequestration potential of soils was emphasized several times by many speakers today. So for climate action, so soils in some way, they can serve as a kind of a platform for bringing together all these dimensions of sustainable development when the soils are managed in a sustainable and in the correct and right way. But as we've seen also from previous speakers, it is not exactly the case now. We have a lot of soil degradation in the world. We have a lot of other issues, and the production of food, which is essential for us because we need to eat. It involves a lot of different costs. Of course, here you can see on the first column, this food expenditure. This is something that we actually pay to get food. So if you want to buy food in the markets, you pay some amount of money. And if we bring together all these payments from all across the world, it's about $9 trillion every year are spent on food. This is what we can see. But this is only the tip of the iceberg. If you go down, there are a lot of costs which are hidden, which we cannot see right away. Like environmental costs. I will talk a little bit more about them, or cost to human life. You can ask me what may that involve? For example, during the process of food production, we are exposed to different types of zoonotic diseases, so animal diseases, or there is not a lot of emphasis on cereal production across the world. So it provides us with calories, but then since there is not enough attention to producing fruits and vegetables and other high nutrient containing foods, there is a lot of issues related to micronutrient deficiency, hidden hunger. So all these add up to real health problems for people or other economic costs. So let me now zoom in a little bit into environmental costs. So this is, of course, first of all, we are talking about greenhouse gas emissions, which is causing climate change, land use change, phosphorus applications, nitrogen applications, so fertilizer use in agriculture, in food production, which has its own negative impacts on ecology, water use, air pollution. So all of them has certain amount of costs. So here, if we look at the land use, you can see that as a result of land use every year, global community, the world as a whole, is losing the equivalent of $2 trillion. So these are huge. This is huge amount of loss and cost. Now, this approach that I'm talking about, called true cost accounting, this is a current research frontier in sustainability sciences. The purpose of this approach is to comprehensively measure all these hidden costs, so-called externalities of the food systems. All these costs that we don't see usually, they are not bought or sold in the markets, but we really feel those costs. For example, if there's a lot of air pollution, people get sick, they have lung diseases, they have other types of diseases, and that costs them real money or real health issues. So these are also the costs that needs to be taken into account. And this approach also proposes solutions for addressing this negative social welfare effects of the food systems. So in this study that I'm going to present, we designed it in this following way. We took the data from the satellite on the areas of different ecosystems, for example, such as forests, woodlands, shrublands, grasslands, and croplands between 2 years, 2001 and 2009. Of course, these areas are changing a lot between these 2 years during this period. And then we calculated what is the economic cost from the expansion of croplands for food production, which then resulted in degradation of ecosystems. What do you mean by this? For example, if you are expanding croplands to forest areas, forests produce a lot of different, provide a lot of different services. And often their value is higher than the value of the food that is produced in croplands. I will talk a little bit more about this, so we can come back to this point. So we took the data from this MODIS satellite data, from MODIS satellite. It shows all these land use and land cover changes. And also we took the data on economic values of ecosystem services provided by each of these ecosystems from something called TEEP Agri-Food Initiative. So this is economics for ecosystems and biodiversity and agriculture. So they contain data from all across the world. And also we got cropland values. So the net profits, net values of crop production from FAO. So now let me zoom in a little bit onto these ecosystem services. Each type of ecosystem, where if we are talking about cropland or forest or woodland, shrubland, all of them provide ecosystem services. We are very much familiar with so-called provisioning ecosystem services. So all these ones. So food, raw materials, water to some extent, genetic resources, medicinal plants, and so on. So these are the ones everybody knows and well aware of, because these have market prices. We can buy and sell them in the market. But then ecosystems also provide us with a lot of other benefits, like regulating services, habitat, cultural services. For example, air quality regulation. So when you have a lot of trees and forests, they clean air. And they provide that service for free. They don't ask us for any money for that, but that service has some benefit, tangible benefit. Or climate regulation. So this is mostly about carbon sequestration. Now we saw that carbon levels in the atmosphere are increasing. It's causing greenhouse gas effect. Every year temperatures are increasing and increasing. We are having in Central Asia, in Uzbekistan, every year hotter and hotter summers. So because of climate change, yeah. So these soils can absorb a lot of carbon if they are managed well. For example, like Professor Kasam was talking about conservation agriculture. So, and then when they are managed well, they can help us to solve, to some extent, contribute to solving these climate change problems. And this is only one example of big number of ecosystem services that soils and land provide to us. And all of them have values, economic values, monetary values, so money values. So we try to calculate all these monetary money values in our work. Now, here you see the area changes because of cropland expansions globally between 2001 and 2009 in millions of hectares. Altogether in the world, I mean, if you look here, 66 million hectares of forests were degraded, trees were cut down, and that area was planted with crops. Similar thing with shrublands, grasslands. So the biggest land use in the world is grasslands. So grasslands are getting lost, and grasslands are being planted with crops. In our region as well, in Central Asia, here we have regional level data numbers. So biggest land use change is about grasslands. You know what, I will tell you that most of this comes from northern Kazakhstan. There were a lot of areas in northern Kazakhstan which were used as croplands before, during the Soviet times, and during the 1990s, early 2000s, they were abandoned from agriculture because it didn't make any economic sense to grow wheat or grains in those areas. But then, as the time is going, all those areas are being returned back to croplands. Yeah. So after they were abandoned, they turned into grasslands, steppes, shrublands perhaps. But now they are being brought back to crop production. So a big part of the land use change in Central Asia is about this grassland returning to cropland area. Now, if you turn this into money, money amounts, we can see that every year by regions, for example, the highest cost in South America, we are talking about Brazil, Argentina, where you have this massive deforestation in the Amazon forest and expansion of croplands there. So the costs there are the highest in the world, $80 billion during this 8 years, 2001, 2009. And then you can go on. So Europe is here, you can see Europe, it's mostly Russia. The processes that I was talking about Kazakhstan, they also happened in Russia and also Ukraine. So you can see that in those areas as well, croplands were abandoned and now they're coming back into crop production. If we talk about our region, Central Asia, you can see that during this period, something like $12 billion of loss because of this. It's not loss in terms of the money that we use every day, but some of that losses is not measured in the markets. We don't know, we don't sell and buy many of these ecosystem services. But if we were to do that, then it will be equal to something like $1.5 billion of losses every year, because we are expanding croplands to high value ecological sites, high value ecosystems. So in summary, I can say that about 511 million hectares globally were lost to croplands for producing, were lost to croplands at the expense of forests, woodlands, shrublands, grasslands. So globally, it means about $435 billion of loss. So this is approximately about $54 billion every year. So what to do about this? How we can solve this issue, this problem? So here we need flexible and multifaceted government action, so regulation. These are the externalities, and for many of these ecosystem services, there are no markets. Private sector, private markets will not fix this problem on their own. We need government action to fix these problems. So that means incentives such as payments for ecosystem services or carbon pricing, carbon trading. Now, as you might know, after this Glasgow COP, the Conference of Parties of Climate Change Convention, they adopted the mechanisms for carbon trading, which were firstly brought together, agreed as part of the Paris Agreement. Now countries can plant trees, for example, and then those trees sequester carbon, absorb carbon from the air, and then they can sell that carbon in international markets and make money on that. So this is one way we can prevent valuable forests, for example, from getting degraded, from trees being cut down. When we get payments for the carbons that they are sequestering, then we can, that makes a lot of economic sense. It can also mean environmental friendly cadastral planning, fines and taxes for those rational use of lands. But at the same time, we need to be realistic. We need food. Population is growing. Our food needs are growing. Incomes are growing. all across the world, people are eating more livestock, meat products, dairy products. So that means a lot more land is needed for these purposes. So we simply cannot say, oh, we don't expand croplands because we need. No, we cannot say that. One way we can square this situation, solve this problem, is by increasing agricultural productivity. And also by applying all different types of agroecological approaches that many presenters today talked about, when we can have both good yields, good economics, good money, good profit, but also good ecology, good situation for ecology. So there are solutions like that which need to be applied. Now, looking ahead, so now, as I said, this area, true cost accounting, is a research frontier. But there's exponential growth of literature on this topic. So I think pretty soon, in the next in the next decade, or even shorter time, these gaps will be filled. So we will know a lot more information about what are the different costs because of the food systems, because of land degradation. But what we see that knowledge, so the fact that we know something, does not always automatically translate into action, into doing things. So for that, we need, I think, more research, implementation-oriented research which shows how we can do that, how we can implement payments for ecosystem services, how we can do carbon trading approaches. So this would be, I think, the next step that we all can work together. Thank you very much. I will be happy to take your comments and questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Alisher, if I pronounced well. Yes. Thank you. It's excellent. It was excellent presentation. More of that is because you gave us an not uncommon approach. So you calculated these economical aspects or studied economical aspects of this problem of decreasing agricultural productivity and how we should sustain ecosystem services. But for my point of view, it was very, very interesting. But what do you think about the process of agricultural land and abandonment? So a lot of land is actually out of ecosystem services because it's not used anymore for agriculture, not only due to land degradation, but more due to some socio-economical issues. Do you agree?
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question. I think there are two types of situations when croplands are getting abandoned. One is a very bad situation when it's because of land degradation, for example, through secondary salinization. Land is no longer usable for producing crops. Then it's a very negative impact. So we need to do something to restore those degraded lands, bring back crop production in those areas through different land management aspects. There is another approach when what happened in Eastern Europe, in parts of Kazakhstan, when producing crops in big areas, millions of hectares, became simply not profitable from the economics point of view. And then they were abandoned. And after some time, the nature took over. And it started, grasses started growing, trees started growing, and those areas turned into lush, into grasslands or shrublands or even forest in many parts of Eastern Europe. Yeah. So if you compare to that, forests definitely provide more value of ecosystem services. So probably they should be kept as forests, not returned back to cropland. But if we are talking about areas where we are talking grasslands and you make a calculation, it's a very economic calculation. What is better for me as a farmer, do I keep that forest? Can I make money out of that forest or grassland? Can I sell carbon credits? Can I get payments for ecosystem services? If no one is doing that, then why should I do that? You can just turn it into crop production and then sell something into the market. and then make money out of that. So I think it's a more of a complex problem because of providing incentives for those ecosystem services that all of us, all society benefits from. It's useful for us, it's tangible benefit, but which markets unfortunately do not take into account.
Yes, I agree completely. Thank you for this explanation. Yeah, but the food security is actually the question in general. So I asked the audience if there is any question to this interesting presentation.
Уважаемый Алишер Мирзабаев, большое спасибо за очень интересную презентацию на актуальную тему. Я с вами полностью согласна, что перед 123 государствами, которые подписались под этим коммюнике, значит, стоит вопрос, по-моему, 4 промилле, да, инициатива, и вопрос углеродного сельского хозяйства, углеродный рынок уже появляться стал, углеродные биржи стали, углеродные хозяйства, поэтому это вопрос очень актуальный, и вот я с Национального университета, профессор Гафурова, очень хотели бы с вами сотрудничать в вопросах этого направления, проблеме деградации почв. Кроме того, у нас студенты 3-4 курса проходят дисциплину предмет деградация почв. Если бы вы смогли бы или имели желание читать лекции по этому курсу у нас в университете, мы были бы очень признательны, потому что вы сейчас столько нового сказали, и это было бы очень ценно для наших студентов. Спасибо, Алишер. Спасибо.
Katta rahmat Lazzat opa, ovozingizdan tanidim. Bu ikkita aytgan masala bo'yicha ham tayyorman hamkorlik qilishga. Xohlagan vaqtingizda menga email yozishingiz mumkin. Juda xursand bo'lib hamkorlik qilaman. Rahmat.
Savol bor edi. Urug'chilik bo'yicha masalan qishloq xo'jaligi haqida gapiryapmiz. Hozirgi kunda masalan mahalliy nomlar bor qishloq xo'jaligida, tarvuzlarimiz, qovun, tarvuz, masalan akajqori. Bizlar fermerlar hozir masalan o'zimiz mahalliy nomlar chetga surib qo'yib, Turkiyada yoki Rossiyada limon mahsulotida yangi urug'lar olib kelyapti. Bunga qanday masalan maslahat berasiz? O'zimizdan sifatida qanday ishlatsak bo'ladi? Savol.
Savolingiz uchun rahmat. Endi albatta men o'zim iqtisodchiman, qishloq xo'jaligi iqtisodchi emas, shuning uchun masalaga ko'proq iqtisodiy nuqtai nazardan yondashaman ko'proq. Shuning uchun agar limon ishlab chiqarish albatta katta daromad, katta foyda keltirayotgan bo'lsa, albatta fermerlar buni qiladi. Shuning uchun buni meni fikrimcha bunda agarda u tabiatga zarar bo'lmasa, yer resurslariga zarar bo'lmasa limon ishlab chiqarishdan, bu faqat fermerlarimizga qo'yib berish kerak. O'zlari bozordagi holatga kelib chiqqan holda, bozordagi vaziyatga kirib chiqqan holda ekin ishlarini, masalan limon ishlab chiqarishlarini o'zlari hal qilishlari menimcha maqsadga muvofiq deb o'ylardim. Agarda bu salbiy natijalarga, bu nima ekologiyaga, yer resurslariga salbiy natijaga olib kelmasa.
O'shani aytaman-da, masalan Turkiyada masalan yetishtirilgan urug' yo'lda masalan qanaqadir zamburug' bilan zaharlangan bo'lishi mumkin. Masalan tamojini tekshiriladi.
Unda albatta buni regulирование qilish kerak, uni tekshirish kerak, fitosanitariya qoidalariga amal qilish kerak, shu orqali nazorat qilish kerak.
So that's all. Fortunately, I didn't understand, but anyway, you had an interesting discussion. So if all the questions are given, I would like to thank you, Dr. Mirzabayev. Thank you very much. And we go further, and I kindly invite Professor Pyotr Sapoynikov from the Lomonosov Moscow State University, and he will give us the presentation titled Cadastral Value of Agricultural Landscapes in the Southern Federal District. Please, Dr. Sapolnikov.
Спасибо, спасибо. Надеюсь,
Спасибо.
меня слышно. Да. Коллеги, добрый день. Я рад всех приветствовать. Я Сапожников, как уже сказали, профессор Московского государственного университета. Мы с моим магистрантом Кариной Шехтер сделаем доклад по кадастровой стоимости агроландшафтов Южного федерального округа. Но эти регионы по свойствам почв, по всему очень близки к Узбекистану. Ну, не очень, но во всяком случае близки. Для Узбекистана вопросы кадастровой оценки очень важны. В октябре месяце я был в Узбекистане и читал курс лекций и в Институте ирригации и механизации сельского хозяйства, Федеральной кадастровой палате, в институте, еще в ряде институтов. Ну, в общем, должен сказать, что проект Минэкономразвития Узбекистана по кадастровой оценке, он очень важен, и сейчас он будет действовать в Узбекистане. Поэтому я надеюсь, для вас вопросы кадастровой оценки будут очень важны. А теперь я хочу предоставить слово Карине Шехтер, которая сделает доклад на английском языке. Спасибо.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, just put it in the presentation mode, please.
Okay, can you see that the screen is shared?
Yeah, but it would be better to put it in the presentation mode on the top or. Okay, here, yes.
Now it is in presentation, not right?
No, it's not yet.
Not yet. I think I had some problem. Okay, now it's in presentation.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Karina Shefter, and I'm happy to present you our research, cadastral value of agricultural landscapes in the Southern Federal District of the Russian Federation. Successful functioning of the land relation system is not possible without the cadastral valuation. The calculation was carried out with the help of special software, and we analyzed 109 soils using these Huggy scales. The values of normative crop yields and cadastral values were calculated for them. These scales include all the information about the humus content, about the humus accumulated horizon thickness, and also about negative properties of the soils. The Southern Federal District of Russian Federation is characterized by the abundance of heat and lack of humidification. It occupies about 4% of the Russian Federation, but at the same time, it is on the third place in the production of all agricultural products of the country. I have to mention that the amount of agricultural lands is 73.1% of the district. Also, arable land, the biggest amount of arable land correspond to Krasnodar Krai, and it is 84.7%. The largest percentage of agricultural lands correspond to Stavropol Krai, but the amount of arable land much lower here. So the lowest values of arable land correspond to Astrakhan region. Pastures and hayfields dominate here, and only alluvial soils are suitable for arable land. Krasnodar Krai consists of 28. First of all, I have to mention that our research covers Krasnodar Krai, Rostov region, Volgograd region, Astrakhan region, and Stavropol Krai. So Krasnodar Krai consists of 28 agroclimatic subzones. Agroclimatic potential varies from 8.2 to 15.3, and the humidity factor changes from 0.65 to 2.7. In soil found dominate southern and ordinary zones, as well as soft carbonate soils. Stavropol Krai consists of 8 agroclimatic subzones. Humidity factor varies from 0.39 to 8.8 to 0.8. I'm sorry. And the agroclimatic potential do not exceed 9.5. In Astrakhan region, we analyzed soils from 2nd and 4th agroclimatic subzones, and agroclimatic potential do not exceed 6.3. Volgograd region is divided into 6 agroclimatic subzones, and the amount of arable lands here is 66.8%. And the humidity factor varies from 0.37 to 0.7. In Rostov region, dominate Chernozones and chestnut soils, and agroclimatic potential varies from 4.9 to 8.0. The amount of arable land is 70%, and hay fields and pastures occupy 29.3% of the region. We determined that minimum specific indicators of the cadastral value correspond to the agro subzones with the minimum values of agroclimatic potentials. They vary from 0.06 rubles per square meter to 10.7 rubles per square meter, and the minimum values are noted for Astrakhan region. Maximum specific indicators are noted for the subzones with the highest agroclimatic potentials, and they are marked for soils with the highest values of humus content, humus horizon thickness, and with no negative properties. The maximum values are noted for Krasnodar Krai, and they exceed 60.6 rubles per square meter. For Krasnodar Krai, we noted high values of normative grain yields. They vary from 33.0 to 63.3 for soft carbonate soils and for leached soft carbonated soils. This graph shows that the higher are the normative yields, the higher are the cadastral values, and also cadastral value depend on the normative field. The higher is the normative field, the higher is the cadastral value. For Stavropol Krai, we can see the similar trend, and maximum values are noted for each Chernozyms. Well, in Krasnodar Krai, we noted that cadastral values of typical Chernozyms vary from 27.4 to 39.5 rubles per square meter, and the cadastral values are reduced by 30% due to the deflation. A similar trend is noted for the ordinary Chernozyms. Their cadastral values vary from 20.2 for soils with the signs of deflation to 33.0 for the soils without the without any signs of deflation. For leach Chernozyms, cadastral values are higher. Also, salinization of southern Chernozyms leads to a decrease of cadastral values by 60% from 19.7 to 8.4. As I've already said, maximum values are noted for leached carbonated soil of 17th agroclimatic subzone with agroclimatic potential 15.1. Also, if soils have the same soils have the same agroclimatic potentials, they have similar values, cadastral values. In Stavropol Krai, maximum values correspond to leach Chernozyms. Cadastral values of ordinary Chernozyms vary from 8.1 rubles per square meter for soils with the signs of salinization to 38.2 for soils without any signs of salinization. The cadastral values for southern Chernozyms vary from 9.8 for soils of second agroclimatic subzone to 27.9 for soil of the sixth agroclimatic subzone. And as we can see, the higher is the agroclimatic potential, the higher is the cadastral value. Well, for Astrakhan region, cadastral values are low, and they vary from 0.06 for chestnut solonets to 3.9 for saturated soft alluvial soil. This differentiation is due to the negative properties and low humus content, and also due to low agroclimatic potentials. In Volgograd region, cadastral values are higher than those for Astrakhan region, and the maximum values correspond to the Chernozyms of the region. The differentiation in their values is due to the process of salinization, and it reduces cadastral values by 75%. In Rostov region, maximum values correspond to ordinary Chernozyms, and salinization decreased cadastral values by 79% for southern Chernozyms. Also, similar trend is noted for meadow chestnut soil and chestnut soils. Minimum values are noted for 8 agroclimatic subzone with low agroclimatic potential and also with arid conditions. Also, we researched the impact of irrigation on the cadastral value. So we chose soils in different agroclimatic subzones with different agroclimatic potentials and without negative signs. So for Astrakhan region, the increase of irrigation is 45% for saturated salt alluvial soil, and for meadow alluvial soil, the increase is 75%. In the Volgograd region, irrigation influenced the increase for ordinary chromosomes. For the first agroclimatic subzone is only 20%. As for chestnut soil, the increase is more than 100%. In Rostov region, the maximum influence of irrigation we can see on chestnut soil of the 7th agroclimatic subzone. So with the increase with the decrease of agroclimatic potential, the impact of the irrigation increases. Well, in the conclusion, I have to say that the Southern Federal District is characterized by an abundance of heat and arid conditions. However, humidity factors have significant differences for different territories of the Southern Federal District, and maximum values of agroclimatic potentials will be different. The maximum value we can see in Krasnodar Krai, and it is 15.3. In that way, the highest cadastral values are due to high agroclimatic potentials and absence of negative signs. Salinization resulted in the cadastral value decreasing of chromosomes and other soils down to 79%. In irrigation increases cadastral value by 20 to more than 100%, and with the decrease of the agroclimatic potential, the influence of irrigation on the cadastral value increases. Thank you for your attention, and we are ready for your questions.
Thank you. It was very interesting. Thank you for your presentation. And it was a methodology of calculation of the cadastral values of different agroclimatic subzones. If I may ask one question first, then I'm interested if you considered any other agrotechnical measure apart of the irrigation to increase or to compare the difference in the cadastral value of the parcels. Is there any other measure which can increase in such extent comparing to irrigation?
Thank you very much for your question. Что еще может как решение увеличить cadastral стоимость? Okay, I'm ready to answer your question. We can add some fertilizers, and they will increase the normative yield, so the cadastral value will grow too.
Yes. Of course, yes. Yes, please.
No.
I think that it's very interesting methodology, and there are many other some measures, agrotechnical measures, which can be applied to increase these cadastre value. Thank you. That's my opinion. But we will ask the audience to. I kindly ask the audience to ask questions or to give their comments or suggestions to your presentation, please. Is there any question or comment? I can hardly hear. I don't know if presenters.
Yes, I can.
I am Professor Gafurova. I'm working in the National University of Uzbekistan in the Department of Soil Science, and I head the Scientific Center Agro-Eco-Biotechnology. In the center of the Asian continent, between the Amudarya and Sirdarya rivers, is the most populated republic of Central Asia, is Uzbekistan. Now, in our country, planet measures are being taken to protect the environment and the rational use of natural lands and conservation of biodiversity. Such important activities include the rational use and protection of land, combating desertification and drought, protection from water and air pollution, the rational use and the reproduction of natural resources. According to the scheme of provisional division, Uzbekistan included in the Central Asia soil climatic province characterized by the climate continental dry subtropics and specific soils that are different from soils of the more northern regions of Eurasia. In the system of latitudinal soil and climatic zone, Uzbekistan belongs to the southern zone, the desert zone, with the gray-brown soil, desert sand soils, tucker soils, and middle soils of desert zone. In the system of tidal zones, in the eastern part of the republic, the Serbian soils of foothills and low mountains, brown mountain forest soils of the mid-altitude mountain zone, and light brown middle steppe soils in the high mountains. Key problems of land degradation in Uzbekistan causing serious concern in terms of providing vital environmental service are first of them, secondary salinization of irrigated lands. Next, water logging, flooding, and waterlogging of lands under the influence of irrigated agriculture. Soil depletion, it is the loss of humus and nutrients elements. Compaction, water irrigation, soil erosion in mountain and foothill areas. Deflation and pasture digression in the desert regions of livestock, transhumance, deforestation and loss of species diversity. Next, soil pollution by agrochemicals, industrial chemicals pollutant too. Desertification of lands adjacent to the territory of dried bottom of the Aral Sea. The natural factors of land degradation in Uzbekistan, first of them, climatic features, it is the aridity, continentality, wind activity, causing such phenomena as drought, dry winds, blowing of soil particles, deflections, and atmospheric transport of sands, salts, dusts. The relief in the presence of large slopes during rainfall contributes to the occurrence of the water erosions. It is very problem for us. At the same time, depression and the depressions of create conditions for waterlogging and salinization of land. Next, the features of parent rocks switch to soil properties, mechanical composition, clustering, salinity, and determine the soil's predisposition to wind erosion. Anthropogenic factors of degradation in Uzbekistan. It is the intensive agriculture leading to the loss of organic matter and nutrient elements. Soil contaminated with agricultural pesticides, compaction, and destruction of soil structure. Next, irrigation with the inadequate drainage. Next, irrational pasture use. Next, soil degradation is also associated with the violation of land reclamation measures associated with the cotton monoculture in the last time. They use the high doses mineral fertilizers, pesticides, the extreme and inadequate use of organic fertilizers, and cultivation of perennial grasses and side crops. And it's the results we can see the dehumidification of our soils, soil destruction, soil overbending in places of formation of power flows, soil and soil crust, a sharp deterioration and bad agrophysical properties, water properties, and as a result, biological activity of soil and loss soil fertility, soil degradation. In this table, we can see soil humus supply data. We can see the amount of humus very low and average. It is the 93%. It is very low data for humus our soils. Next table, you see a similar of amount data of phosphorus, mobile phosphorus, very low and average 94%. But the amount potassium, the amount low and average and high amount of potassium, 62%. In this next slides, you can see some words about erosion soil. It is actually for our republic. Total area of our republic, 44 million hectares. And from agricultural lands, nearly 6% of them it is not subject to erosion, no problems of erosion. And 94% will have this problem. In the irrigated zone, The 75 are soils of eroded varying degree. In irrigation erosion type, we can see in the 20% of irrigated lands. And as a result of them, of irrigation erosion, soil removal can reach 100 to 500 ton hectares every year. And the annual loss of humus can be 500 and 800 kilogram of hectares every year. Nitrogen, 100 to 120 kilogram of hectares, and phosphorus, 75 and 100 kilogram hectares. And similar data we can say about other nutrient elements for microorganisms and organic different biochemistry methods. And as a result of erosion process, up to 30 to 60% or more of solar energy utilized in fetal mass, biomass, humus, and microorganisms were lost every year. It is, we can see the extent of damage to the ecosystem by erosion in our country. Next major environmental problem in Uzbekistan is the problem of soil salinization. Over the past 10 years alone, the area of irrigated saline lands in our country, 66%, and medium and highly saline soils, more than 32%. And we have gypsum, very bad lands too. The problem of climate change phenomena, it is a very great problem for our country because we have very drought climate, small amount of water, very large problems of erosion, salinization, pollution, and other problems. And in Uzbekistan, regional climate change will contribute to increase in the number extreme weather events, periods with the droughts and high summer temperatures, change in the regimes of water resource formation and land degradation. The climate forecasts indicated that the region will be subject to increase the average annual temperature of the 1.9 to 2.4 degree. In the Republic, in Aral Sea, 4 degree by the 25 years. With the different regions, we can see greatest volume occurring in winter and spring. The average annual rainfall will increase by 15 to 18%, with the greatest increase in the summer season. And deterioration and more risk condition in agriculture production, very great problem for agriculture due to an increase to temperature there and increase in evapotranspiration of agricultural crops. In Aral Sea Basin, it is predicted that is the water demand and volume decrease are guaranteed water wind withdrawal from the Amudarya and Sirdarya rivers. The water deficit will exceed 500% to 50 years. In the next slide, we can see increase of temperature in 50 years. The number days with the temperature more than 40 degrees, and the number days with the dry winds. Short overview of the Aral Sea tragedy, because soil degradation in this region very, very great problem. Aral Sea until 60 years was one of the largest enclosed bodies of water in the world, with an area nearly 69 square kilometers, a volume of water more than 1,000 cubic kilometers, and greatest depths of 68 meters. And from 1960 to 1990, the area of irrigated lands in republics, not only Uzbekistan, all the republics of Central Asia increased to 4.5 million to 9.1 million hectares. As a result, starting in 1961, sea levels have been falling at an increasing rate. In less than half century, the total river flow into the Aral Sea has decreased by the 4.5 times. The water levels has decreased by 29 meters. The volume water in the sea has decreased for the 15 times. The water mineralization has increased to 125 to 300 gram liters. It has exceeded more than 10 times the average mineralization on the ocean water. On the dried up part of the sea, the Aral Desert has an extensive area of salt fields with an area of more than 5 million hectares. More than 90 days of year, dust and storms rage on it, and spreading annual 100 million tons of dust over a distance of 300 kilometers and more and more. In the next picture, you can see the limits of tragedy of Aral Sea. From 20 years. In the next part of my presentation, I say about some small innovative methods and technologies for improving of the degraded soils. First of them, the I now said only about our works in the National University of Uzbekistan. And it is our works of Center of Agri-Technology, Soil Science Department, and other departments, and our colleagues. First technology, it is the agri-technology of restoration of fertility and increase of productivity of desert pastures. Nearly 70% of pastures land degraded, and we make different research works in different soil climatic zones with growing the new varieties of pasture plants. We work with the seed production, with work with different technology, use the hydrogens, different technologies with biopreparats, and different technologies of granulation of seeds of desert plants. And we use remote sensing methods for the monitoring desert pastures using joint remote sensing methods. Our works, we work with the Institution of Agriculture Ministry, of Institutes of Academy of Science, at the different scientific centers, and very many farmers. The next technologies, it is the resource saving technology they're growing the new vegetable legumes to increase soil fertility. We are growing for soil protective and to better soil health, soil fertility, and improve the ecological condition of the irrigated lands. We are growing the spring legumes and winter legumes. From new varieties of spring legumes, it is the vegetables, soybeans, mung bean, and asparagus beans. And winter legumes, it is the lentils, chickpeas, rams, seed peas, and other legumes and for different soil climatic zones. Next, technologies, we work with the different technologies with the erosion soils. And there we have technology, resource saving, and innovation technology. And all of them, we are using modern GIS programs and for precision agriculture, for growing different agricultural cultures, and have agrotechnical works. Next, technology for the pollution soils. The pollution by oil refining, and chemical industrial wastes by the methods of biological soil cleaning and introduction phytomelioration for new storms of microbiological preparations. And this work have priority of our university scientists, and we have different technologies and have different patents for these technologies. Next slide shows the new highly effective biological products and biological using technologies in our natural degradation lands. It is maybe different crops, different new plants, and use the bioorganic, biogenic fertilizers, microbiological preparations, and different stimulations of growing. And these technologies provide the increasing the yield of agriculture crops for the nearly 4-6%, and for cotton, cereals, vegetables, and different horticulture plants. Now we work the next in the Aral Sea region. We work with the high efficient nano and macrobiological technologies for increasing the fertility of saline meadow soils. Where we growing the rice, it's to phytomeliorant, and we use the nano preparats, hitazan, ascorbat hitazan, microbiological preparation of bioazot, microsterylage, and the bioorganic fertilizer, nova women. We have very good results. And now our works will beginning the role of silicon in high plants under salinity and drought stress. In our republic, more than 60% lands salinity. If we think the silicon help us to for drought and salinity stress. And in the Bukhara region, we have very bad, very degradation soils, and we have first of time silicone preparates and solvent preparate for showing the salts from saline soils. The biosolvent help us to water saving technology for showing the saline soils. Next technology, it is interesting technology for municipal solid waste using using local types of peat forms. And it is very, very resource-saving technology, and the environment contributes to improving soil properties and increasing crop production. This technology have very good results. It is fertilizer universal. We're using for cotton, cereals, vegetables, flowers, and horticulturals. It is and each one may be used in the different other for fishes, for different directs of it is a good protein. We have a very, very good trainings for farmers, the problems improving the soil fertility, the access to new technologies and innovation for farmers, and we have the demonstration fields, we have fires, we have different trainings, and we published recommendation brochures and information materials for farmers. In the next pictures, we can see the farmers' days in different regions of Uzbekistan. And the second pictures, we can see we can see the for women farmers too. We have gender problem to work too. Every year we participated in the innovation fires in the regionals, in the internationals, and the Republic in a week innovation fairs. We can see the picture. It is our exhibition. In the conclusion of my report, I can see the connection with the government and the main priorities for the development of science in the context adoption of the agriculture sphere with the climate change is followed, because the climate change in the Central Asia is very actual for Uzbekistan. First of them, they studied the change in the process of arid soil formation in the condition of adaptation of agriculture to climate change and context of biologization in context. Next, development of the theoretical foundation and effective ways to combine the salinization, erosion, dehumidification, clustering, soil pollution with heavy metals, fluorides, oils, and agrochemicals, pesticides, maybe mineral fertilizers. Development of biological methods of increased soil fertility and studies the problem of carbon agriculture. The food development and the widespread adoption of agrotechnologies, biotechnology, GIS technology in the field of rational use and protection of soil, in the precision agriculture, organic agriculture, smart agriculture, carbon agriculture, and different new trends of agriculture. study of the interaction between the fertilizer species and environment factors, and the interaction between fertilizer species or the variety of each crops. Develop adaptive landscape environment farming system. The introduction of science-based crop rotation, use water-saving technology, very excellent. Study of carbon balance and different carbon sequestration problems in the length of erosion, salinization, pollution, and different agrocenodes. Conduct research in order to use drainage bottom of the Aral Sea and adjacent territories. And in the finish, I say international cooperation and agreed solution to the global problems, the problems of the cooperation, the organic agriculture, smart agriculture, precision agriculture, the carbon agriculture, halibut agriculture, and biological agriculture, biotechnologies, GIS technologies, and many new trends of agriculture, and in the education and interaction education, science, and production. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Laziza. It was really an impressive overview and comprehensive overview of the land conditions and threats in Uzbekistan. You listed a long list of both natural and anthropogenic causes of the land degradation, and indeed, the soil organic matter content is one of the most important indicators of the soil health. You also mentioned that. Also, what's very interesting, this irrigation-induced erosion and soil salinization, and what worries us all over the world is the restricted water resources. So you also listed some actions that should be taken to prevent the further land degradation, but it's not an easy task. So I wish you a lot of success in that. Thank you very much again. So I ask the audience if there is any question or comment or something to add to this very detailed overview.
Agar mumkin bo'lsa ikki og'iz auditoriyadan O'zbekiston Milliy universitetidan professor Qo'shqarov izoh uchun marhamat.
The suggestion from University of Uzbekistan, National University of Uzbekistan.
Oh, thank you.
I am Bouchkarova. I am professor of the National University of Uzbekistan of the Physiology Department. I believe today everybody has enjoyed and got a new modern necessary information for the future work. Today we have listened many new reports, and this conference once again shows that science is one of the most powerful things which can unite not only science, but all people over the world. I would like to appreciate all participants, especially online foreign scientists, for attention, for reports and interest. I would remind that this conference will be continued tomorrow, and it will be dedicated on World Earth Day. We will be happy to see all scientists, especially foreign scientists, tomorrow again. You are welcome. Thank you very much again for participation, for attention. Thank you.
ajoyib tarzda olib borganingiz uchun mana kunda ikkinchi qismida 2 ta ma'ruza eshitdik. Har bitta ma'ruzada Qur'on deklaratsiyasi, Qur'on unumdorligini oshirish, yer resurslaridan oqilona foydalanish, Qur'onda sho'rlanish. Ayniqsa Alisher Mirzaboyevning ma'ruzasida Qur'on tarkibida ularni boshqarishni to'g'ri yo'lga qo'yish kabi masalalar va vazifalar ko'tarildi. Shu nazardan sizga ham O'zbekiston Milliy universitetining rahbariyati nomidan minnatdorchilik bildiramiz. Hamma qatnashchilarga katta rahmat.
Thank you. Congratulations. It was very useful.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all participants in the conference. Thank you for inviting our offers and invitation for your contribution. Thank you all professors from Japan, from Europe, everyone. Thank you for your coming.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a nice day tomorrow. I will follow you. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you for all.
Yes, goodbye.
Thank you. Yes.
Прощаемся до завтра. Всего доброго.
If possible, we can do some screen photo if you switch off your camera, please. If you have your camera, just for memorize. Okay, everyone is ready. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Спасибо. До встречи завтра.
Огромное спасибо.
Спасибо.